traditional hard drives to solid-state storage drives, or SSDs. That dramatically improves loading times across the board and enables games to load in new objects on the fly so you don't get pop-in when, for example, swinging through New York in Spider-Man 2. The PS5's SSD can read 5.5 gigs in just 1 second, which is, on paper, twice as fast as the Series X. In practical terms, that speed means you can fast travel to nearly any point on the map in less than 6 seconds. After generations of reading tooltips and staring at splash screens, it's pretty unreal how quickly some games load. Bear in mind though, that a single Call of Duty game is 150 gigs these days, so you may still want to invest in extra storage. To do that, you can easily pop off the side panels to install an M.2 SSD drive right off the shelf, which currently range from an affordable 250 gigs to 4 terabyte monsters that can cost as much as a PS5 on its own. That gives the PS5 more flexibility than the Xbox Series X and its proprietary expansion cards. The PS5 Slim is sold as either a digital-only or disc model for $449.99 and $499.99 respectively, but if you feel remorse after giving up your physical media, you can buy a drive separately for $80 and snap it on yourself. Heads up, you do have to be connected to the internet to activate the drive on a new console.
Does it frighten you?
Our previous reviewer, Luke Riley, described the original PS5 as far and away the most flamboyant looking console he's ever owned. While the slim version is about 30% smaller, it still fits that description. It's a weirdly misshapen, eye-catching thing, and if you want to lay it horizontally, you need to attach a set of little legs between the slots on the disk drive side. They click in quickly and give it a reasonable amount of sturdiness. If you are more of the vertical persuasion, it's downright sturdy in that orientation as long as you have the disk drive. It's just a shame that the vertical stand isn't packed in and has to be purchased separately for $30. To accommodate that swappable disk drive, there are now 2 faceplates on each side instead of the singular panel per side on the original. I thought I wouldn't like combining the glossy top panels with the standard matte finishes on the bottom panels, but it's grown on me. Granted, it's still very new, but every time I see the light reflecting off of it, I feel like it's the first day I took it out of the box. And the combined gloss of the top plates and the central part of the PS5 gives it a pleasant luster. The panels are all pretty simple to remove, which is excellent for regular console cleaning, but also makes me look forward to customizing its look with the multicolored plates Sony says it'll sell at some point in the future. On the front, you'll find 1 high-speed USB Type-C port, 1 super-speed 10GB per second Type-C port, and the power button. If you have a disk drive, the eject button is actually next to the slot instead of next to the power button. Sony's finally learned. On the back, there are 2 super speed USB Type-A ports, the HDMI 2.1 port, and the Ethernet port. That's plenty for charging controllers, plugging in external storage, and hooking up a PSVR2. But sorry, audiophiles, there's still no optical audio out.
No, alright. I know that sounds bad.
Apart from the big graphical power jump and short load times, the biggest difference between this generation of PlayStation and the last is the part you hold in your hands. You can check out our full review of the amazing DualSense controller for a more in-depth dive into its features and battery life, but looking at it at the end of 2023, the extent of its wonders varies depending on what game you're playing and the lengths the developers went to in designing around it. The 3-year-old Astro's Playroom remains one of the best showcases for everything the DualSense can do, and though Insomniac's Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart and Housemarque's Returnal are other great examples, many others still neglect or overuse the haptic feedback, sometimes making pulling the trigger a chore to the point where I've just had to turn it off altogether. But even then, it's still a nice option to have that you don't get anywhere else. It's also worth mentioning that I did suffer some very slight drift on my launch controller, but that didn't happen for a little over a year, and I've seen no issues with the replacements. This is a far cry from what I dealt with during the PS4 era, where I probably saw drift after about 8 months with each controller. When you fire it up after the simple setup process, the PS5's interface doesn't feel wildly removed from its roots on the PS4, but it's definitely different and significantly more elegant in a number of ways. Selecting a game immediately takes over the main menu background and music with dramatic effect. A single tap of the PlayStation button in the center of the controller will bring up what Sony calls the Control Center, which is a little like a taskbar on a Windows PC and lets you quickly switch between your active and recent games and apps like Netflix and Spotify. It's a big improvement over the PS4. Back then, checking things like current downloads and what friends of yours are online required a bunch of shuffling back and forth, up and down, left and right through menu icons. The PS5's Control Center places all that info at our fingertips. You can also organize your library into game lists, which are basically folders, but heads up, the PS5 doesn't really have a web browser.
What's your question?
My question is, what the hell?
For those who live for the thrill of the trophy hunt, the objects of your desire are easily accessible to view from each game's individual splash page on the dashboard, but trophy info can also be included in the activity card view. And as a bonus, you can pin up to 5 trophies to the side of your screen to keep track of your progress as you play. There's other interesting stuff sprinkled throughout the PS5's UI too. When hovering over a game, there's an hour counter that will let you know approximately how long you've sunk into it. I say approximately because it usually doesn't match up with the hour clocks attached to the save files in my games, so it's possible it's only counting active time and not some of the extended periods I have the game paused. You can go into the global settings menu to automatically configure difficulties, subtitle preferences, and even invert the y-axis by default, like the Xbox 360 used to do. Take note, Microsoft. That brings us to Remote Play. You don't need to invest in Sony's flashy new PlayStation Portal to play away from your couch. Any phone, tablet, or PC can stream your games directly from your personal PlayStation 5 over a local network connection, or even anywhere you have decent internet access. Sony's game streaming tech also enables features like watching a friend play a game, picture-in-picture while you chat with them, and play something else entirely, or use SharePlay to let them try playing your game over the internet. If you're upgrading from PlayStation 4, you can rest assured that all your old games will make the jump with you, though the process isn't quite as smooth as it is on Xbox because there's both a PS4 and PS5 version of everything. Although this doesn't apply to PSVR, you can plug your original PSVR into the PS5 and it'll work, but without any upgrades, and your PSVR library won't transfer to the PSVR2. Like the other platforms, Sony has its PlayStation Plus subscription, which is required for online play in most games, but also nets you a handful of games each month that are yours to play, as long as you maintain your subscription. PlayStation Plus starts at $9.99 monthly, $79.99 yearly, and goes up to $17.99 monthly, $159.99 yearly for the highest tier, which gets you access to game trials, cloud streaming for games on the service, and access to download classic games from the PS1 and PS2. As someone who has multiple years subbed to the highest tier, it's an okay foundation, but it's missing the killer library of the Xbox Game Pass and its commitment to bringing first-party games to the service on day one. As it stands in 2023, the PlayStation 5 more than holds its own. While Xbox Series X can rightfully claim to be the most powerful console out there, features like blistering quick loading times for native PS5 games and a well-considered UI continue to make Sony's console a pleasure to use. The new slim model takes less space in your entertainment console while offering internal storage on par with the Xbox Series X, and it's easily upgradable too. The DualSense controller continues to deliver phenomenal experiences when games are designed around it, and peripherals like the PSVR2 and PS Portal, while optional, offer additional ways to take advantage of the power of the PS5. While you do have to keep in mind that there's an extra $80 annual expense for PlayStation Plus if you intend to play multiplayer games that aren't free to play, the service does come with a number of other benefits, though its access to free games is limited compared to Xbox Game Pass's expansive library. Either way, the first 3 years of PlayStation 5 have been filled with excellent first-party games like God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, and Returnal, all of which have showcased the power of Sony's new-gen console, giving us a taste of what to expect as we enter the second half of the PS5's life cycle.
2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's it codenamed?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, there's the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one. The PlayStation 4 is official and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4. But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller. It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Damon Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3 when they had that PlayStation conference, and then when the controller leaked like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit them in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When they announced, when you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you might not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the death blow was E3. This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft was also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Dave and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out, they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God. E3
Holy
2006,
geez.
they screwed up then when they announced it. $600.
$599 US.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. I don't know. So where do we begin?
You have to. It was backloaded. This whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of games.
my God. Yeah.
The bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty. They took that probably as far as you could without being like distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success, and Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right? And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things.
This is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not going to do the used game thing. We're not going to rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, just they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves.
Yeah,
Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready?
Yeah!
All right then, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
There it is. We got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4.
A little bit of a dent.
Oh, nice. And
you got the
handle. You know, I like the handle.
You have the watchdogs guy here.
Monthly PlayStation Plus. The best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest
the one and only console I'm about to wrap this thing.
That's different than college, but I love mine personally.
PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
It's very, very nice packaging here that you can see. The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble. It's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
So I got an authentic quick start guide,
but then it also comes with a controller. Oh my gosh, we got the same thing!
That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because you know it came free in a box.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
small
disc.
disc. I love what they've done here.
There you have it, folks. The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man. Some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I wouldn't have. I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time, topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one of the most successful consoles ever.
Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
Deploying reinforcements.
PlayStation's first half of 2024 has been quietly successful without necessarily setting the world alight. Helldivers 2 proved a surprise mega hit in both a critical and commercial sense. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is one of the best RPGs of the year so far, even if it maybe hasn't quite sold the number of copies both Square Enix and Sony may have been hoping for. And as recently as a few weeks ago, both Rise of the Ronin and Stellar Blade launched, bringing with them exciting brands of sharp action. These exclusives have been bright spots in an industry otherwise plagued by layoffs and studio closures, of which Sony has played no small part in. But when it comes to what else to expect to play on your PS5 in the back half of 2024, there's a worrying lack of announced games and dates, especially compared to the strong first-party offerings Xbox currently has lined up. Of course, this could all change soon as we rapidly approach the summer showcase season, where exciting new reveals will undoubtedly steal the headlines. Sony will presumably want something shiny to show alongside a potential unveiling of the heavily rumoured PS5 Pro. But how many of those fresh announcements will actually be playable within the next 6 months is another question though. My guess is very few. Beyond this year's upcoming Silent Hill 2 remake, Death Stranding 2 in 2025, Bungie's Marathon, and a couple of other first-party releases we'll cover shortly, PlayStation's cupboard is looking relatively bare, especially when it comes to games from those keystone PlayStation studios. It begs the question of what each of these teams, those that helped build the PlayStation library into the strong place to play it is today, are up to now, and how long before we get to both see and play them. So let's take a look at what each of those developers, not including support studios, are doing, and when we can realistically expect to see new games from them.
I am a man of fortune, and I must seek my fortune.
Arguably the jewel in the PlayStation Studios crown, Naughty Dog's last full release was 2020's The Last of Us Part 2. The Uncharted developer hasn't been completely quiet since then, releasing both remastered versions of The Last of Us Part 1 in collaboration with Iron Galaxy and Part 2 as recently as this January. But Naughty Dog's most notable recent announcement wasn't a new launch, but the cancellation of a multiplayer entry in the series that the studio had spent many years on before deciding to turn its attention back to where its proven skills lie: single player
player adventures. In March 2023, co-studio head Neil Druckmann stated that the developer had chosen its next project, but didn't confirm if it was The Last of Us Part 3 or something else. In the 14 months since, we've heard very little, aside from a small tease in The Last of Us Part 2 making of documentary, where Druckmann stated that he has a concept in mind and that there's probably one more chapter to this story. Could we see a reveal of this new project soon? Whether it's a continuation of Ellie's story, a return to Nathan Drake's adventures, or something new entirely. I wouldn't be too surprised to see an announcement this year, even if playing it is still a way off. Santa Monica Studio released God of War Ragnarok to huge success in late 2022, and followed up with a surprisingly lengthy 3 Valhalla DLC in December of last year. However, what's next for the studio is a mystery, although we do know Cory Barlog, game director of 2018's God of War, moved on to helm a new project in 2021, after leaving Eric Williams to fill Ragnarok's director seat. Little to nothing is known about that new project, but given it's been in development for a number of years already, it wouldn't be beyond belief to see it revealed this year. As for a new God of War game, well, we likely can't expect that as quickly. Despite the gap between Ragnarok and its predecessor being only 4 years, the end of Kratos' Norse saga signals a new direction for the series, which naturally means it'll require a lot more work from the ground up. We can hope, of course, but don't expect to see everyone's favourite angry dad anytime soon. That said, we wouldn't say no to a remake of the original trilogy.
The gates of Hades have never held me!
Insomniac is arguably Sony's most prolific studio, releasing either a Spider-Man or Ratchet & Clank game every couple of years for almost a decade now, most recently last year with the hugely successful Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Hey man, glad you could make it.
But in a worrying sign of the fragile state of the games industry, even a game of that magnitude couldn't prevent layoffs from occurring this year in what turned out to be a doubly damaging couple of months for the developer, following a huge data breach and subsequent theft. The data theft revealed that the highly anticipated Wolverine game is not expected until 2026 at the earliest, but also that a Venom game may arrive before it in 2025. Either way, it's highly unlikely Insomniac will be springing any surprise games this year, and after all the studio has gone through recently, I think it's fair to allow it as much of a break as anyone.
I am Samurai.
No, you are more than that. You are the ghost.
Sucker Punch has been very quiet since 2020's Ghost of Tsushima. Work is presumably underway on its next game, but truth be told, we have little idea what exactly that is. Common wisdom would suggest a direct sequel would be the most logical move due to the success of the first game, and a 2022 job listing might be a small clue towards this notion. A posting on the studio's career page looking for an encounter designer noted that responsibilities would include delivering interesting and varied encounters in an open world game with a particular focus on melee combat and stealth. This certainly suggests a return to Japan, but could easily also suggest, to an admittedly lesser extent, a new Infamous or Sly Cooper game, or something altogether different. The truth is, we have no real idea, but let's just hope that silence is broken soon. Guerrilla Games followed up 2022's Horizon Forbidden West with last year's Burning Shores DLC, as it continued to build out Aloy's story. With the West Coast set sequel ending on a cliffhanger, it's not a stretch to expect the Amsterdam-based studio to be working on the third part of the trilogy next.
Lucky for you, the savior of Meridian still has a few things she wants to take care of.
We wouldn't expect any news on that one soon, however. The development time between Zero Dawn and Forbidden West was 5 years, so we're likely a little while away from seeing Aloy and her metal dinosaur friends again soon. What we do know is that a multiplayer Horizon game is currently in the works though, starring a new cast of characters and a unique stylized look. Perhaps this is something we can hope to see more of sooner rather than later, although this year may be a stretch. Returnal brought Housemarque a level of mainstream appeal that had previously evaded the Finnish studio, so I wouldn't be surprised if it returned to that world. However, that seemingly won't be the developer's next game, as back in 2022 it confirmed it had started work on a new project that was in the early days with us starting a new game, a new IP. It's currently unclear how the departure of Returnal director Harry Kruger, who had been at Housemarque for 14 years, has affected that development though. For now, this new game remains a mystery, but maybe we'll hear something soon.
Here we go.
Firewalk is the first studio listed here to actually have a game, albeit tentatively, listed for a 2024 release. Revealed last May, Concord is a PvP multiplayer shooter with a retro-futuristic sci-fi aesthetic that can be gleaned from its CGI announcement trailer. But we've heard practically nothing since. We're hoping to see some gameplay soon, otherwise that 2024 date might start to look a little shaky.
You want to know about us? Seems like everyone does these days.
Fair Games is set to be the first game from Jade Raymond's Haven Studios, and it's a competitive heist game we've seen little of beyond a stylish CGI trailer. With no release window as yet, we'd be surprised to see it dropped later this year. With the continuing success of Helldivers 2, PSN hiccups aside, I'm sure PlayStation will look to learn positive lessons from its development and apply them to future projects such as Fair Games. The next step will be seeing a gameplay reveal, which is something we can realistically hope for this year.
What did you do? Everything that mattered was gone.
Bend has been pretty quiet since the release of Days Gone way back in 2019, but in 2022 a few slivers of detail were revealed about what the Oregon studio is currently working on. It shared that its new game will build upon the open world systems of Days Gone, but won't be announced until the time is right. Apart from knowing it won't be a continuation of Deacon St. John's story, we really know nothing. Enough time has passed though that hopefully new info isn't too far away. Media Molecule spent most of the past decade working on Dreams, the game creation and curation project that was released in 2020. But as a result of significant layoffs at the studio earlier in 2024, live support for the game will soon end as Media Molecule aims to ensure that Dreams transitions into a self-sustaining platform. There has been no news on what the developer's next project will be. Team Asobi has brought everyone's favourite little robot, Astrobot, to both traditional and VR platformers for the entirety of its 12-year existence. Previously part of Japan's studio, in 2021 it became a standalone studio following the success of PS5 launch game Astro's Playroom. What's next though is yet to be revealed, but in 2022 studio director Nicolas Doucet revealed it would be Asobi's biggest to date. This is one we could theoretically see soon, as plenty of time has passed since the developer's last release, and we know development has been in the works for multiple years now. Hopefully, the long-rumored PS5 Pro would be a perfect place for Asobi to replicate the success of Astro's Playroom, as a technical showcase for a new console that was also incredibly fun. Fingers crossed we get a reveal this year at the very least. Following the success of both the Shadow of the Colossus and Demon's Souls remakes, Sony acquired Bluepoint Games as a first-party studio in 2021. We don't know what its first project since joining the PlayStation Studios family is though, but we do know that the developer has expressed its desire to create an original game, rather than reimagining another classic. Perhaps we could see a reveal this year. Polyphony has been making Gran Turismo for 25 years now, so it would certainly be a shock to see it veer from that path in the near future. Having only released GT7 less than 2 years ago, it's unrealistic to expect anything new from the racing masters anytime soon. Let's come back to this when the PlayStation 6 arrives. Similarly, San Diego is well established as the MLB The Show studio. This year's entry only dropped in March, so we can expect to see another next spring if history is anything to go by. Having recently focused on VR games, Firesprite most recently developed Horizon Call of the Mountain for PSVR2. What's next is anyone's guess, however. A new VR game would be the most educated guess, but given Sony's lack of commitment to creating games for its second headset, it wouldn't be a surprise to see the UK studio pivot to something more traditional. With recent reports of layoffs and unrest at the developer, a live service Twisted Metal game was reportedly cancelled, with the studio supposedly working on a new PlayStation game called Project Heartbreak. Details are thin on what this is though, and when we can expect it. And that's everything we know about upcoming first-party PlayStation games, and the truth is very few release dates look to be coming up quickly. Of course, this can and likely will change soon, and with GTA 6 looming on the horizon in 2025, it does make sense that many publishers are waiting for Rockstar to make the first move when picking a window. That said, that doesn't prevent 2024 from still looking relatively empty when it comes to PS5 exclusives. Let's hope that after a summer of reveals, the outlook will look a lot brighter, not only for players waiting for new games to play, but for the developers who work so hard to deliver them to us. For everything PlayStation, Xbox and Nintendo, make sure to stick with IGN.
PlayStation 4's dominance this past generation could not have been more of a 180 from Sony's struggles during the PS3 era. From minute one, Sony not only announced what the PS4's impressive 7-year run would be about, games first and foremost, but also found ways to leapfrog ahead of the Xbox One, which stumbled right out of the gate and lost the momentum Microsoft enjoyed during the reign of the Xbox 360.
But that doesn't mean the PS4's life cycle was one of boring, constant success. Yes, we saw PlayStation cement its first-party stable as consistently excellent this generation, but it had to grapple with the consequences of its own overconfidence and, ultimately, an identity crisis in the face of that success. Here's the mostly complete history of the PlayStation 4.
Sony officially unveiled the DualShock 4, the PS4 name, and a host of upcoming games back in February 2013, but it was its approach to E3 that year that set the tone for the entire generation. It's a story that's been repeated endlessly ever since, but Microsoft bungled the Xbox One reveal with a focus on media apps and entertainment features rather than games and a confusing and prohibitive game-sharing policy. Enter Sony. In 30 seconds, it demonstrated just how easy it was to share PS4 games.
Thanks.
And then undercut Microsoft's console price by $100.
That PlayStation 4 will be available at $399.
IGN called it a knockout blow at the time, and for good reason. There's a scrappiness to that first E3. Yeah, Sony was still a major player, but the grounded human charm with which it knocked out Microsoft was foundational in connecting the brand to new, lapsed, and dedicated PlayStation players. The PS4 would go on to sell 1 million units in under 24 hours in North America alone on November 15, 2013, and continually impressive console sales followed that booming start. These numbers were bolstered by the mid-generation refresh of the PS4 Pro, and the PS4, as of now, has sold over 113 million units. That makes it the second best-selling home console ever, behind only the PS2, but for all that success, it's surprising to see just how bullish Sony was about experimentation in the early days of this generation.
Sony kicked off the PS4's first calendar year in 2014 by announcing a service that was actually kind of ahead of the curve, PlayStation Now. The service, which lets subscribers stream dozens of PS4, PS3, and PS2 games over the cloud, and recently added the ability to download a rotating selection of games to play locally, has yet to gain as much popularity as PlayStation Plus or the continually impressive Xbox Game Pass. As of earlier in 2020, Sony reported only 2.2 million PlayStation Now subscribers. Previously only allowing streaming from the cloud, Sony only introduced the ability to play games and download them offline in 2018, and then later introduced a more consumer-friendly price point and a rotation of really exciting first-party games like God of War, Marvel's Spider-Man, and Horizon Zero Dawn in 2019. PS Now has enjoyed a dedicated audience, but it has by no means ushered in a subscription service revolution in the way that Game Pass has, or as Google Stadia hoped it would. In keeping with the theme of experimentation, 2014 was also the first year we heard about PlayStation VR, Project Orpheus. While the headset itself wouldn't be released until 2016, it was yet another example of Sony's ambitious endeavors during this last generation. The PSVR itself would go on to have a roller coaster of a life cycle and has seen modest success compared to the rest of the VR market in particular. But we've yet to see VR be universally embraced.
Where Sony showed less willingness to experiment was when it came to playing nice with the rest of the industry. As the clear sales winner for its console generation, Sony could be occasionally stubborn, particularly when it came to crossplay. In 2017, Rocket League and Minecraft ushered in a wave of cross-console play that has since become widely embraced. But there was one problem. PlayStation didn't want to play nice with Xbox and Nintendo. At the time, then marketing head and now CEO Jim Ryan said, "We have a contract with the people who go online with us, that we look after them
and they are within the PlayStation curated universe. Exposing what in many cases are children to external influences we have no ability to manage or look after, it's something we have to think about very carefully. This stance that lack of crossplay was for the players went on for around a year until one of the biggest games of the generation, Fortnite, seemingly forced Sony's hand. As crossplay infiltrated the Battle Royale genre, players discovered that due to Sony's walled-off approach, Nintendo Switch players could not even connect their Epic account to both a PS4 and Switch at the same time, preventing cross-progression from working too. 3 months later, Sony gave in, taking a step into a crossplay beta when everyone else had gone gold. September 2018 saw the selective start of cross-platform play for PS4 and other consoles, starting with Fortnite. But that didn't mark the end of Sony's fumbling with messaging around crossplay.
In early 2019, devs began to cry about how Sony's approach to the functionality was limiting the number of developers and games that could participate. And an interview with then SIE president and CEO Sean Layden only fanned the flames. Layden said Sony was waiting for devs and publishers to request crossplay support. The CEO of Chucklefish, publisher of Wargroove, which lacked PS4 crossplay, directly refuted Layden's claims following his statement saying, "We made many requests for crossplay both through our account manager and directly with higher-ups, all the way up until release month. We were told in no uncertain terms that it was not going to happen." Concerns from devs around the industry wouldn't be alleviated until 2019, when Sony made crossplay available as a full feature. Shortly after the beta program for crossplay began, Sony finally, and I cannot emphasize that word enough, finally introduced the ability to change PSN names. Of course, like crossplay, this new functionality came with some caveats, but for users like BongRipper69, it was nonetheless a godsend. Considering these years of stubbornness, Sony made a surprising decision later in the PS4's lifetime. After spending years telling consumers that the PS4 was the only place to play PlayStation games, Sony announced that Horizon Zero Dawn, one of its best-selling exclusives of the generation, would be arriving on PC in 2020. The move drew ire from some fans who had spent years defending Sony's decision to keep its barriers up. Horizon was making the jump to PC 3 years after its launch, and as we would later learn, just a short while before its sequel would be announced. And what better way to drum up interest after years of silence for the franchise than by letting a whole new group of players fall in love with Aloy's world. If they want to play her next adventure anytime soon, a PS4 or PS5 will still be the only place to go. For now.
But none of these business decisions will really be looked back on as what defined the PS4. What it was instead known for was its lineup of incredible exclusives. Since its early console days, Sony had always focused on building up iconic characters and franchises, but the PS4 felt like the perfect encapsulation of what many players think of when they think of PlayStation. Iconic, blockbuster experiences you just can't get anywhere else. Interestingly, the PS4 didn't quite start out that way. After a launch that saw middling exclusives like Killzone Shadowfall and, of course, Internet Boyfriend Knack, the first couple years of releases wouldn't necessarily represent the volume of games that would define the platform, though that was in large part due to Sony's E3 and PSX strategy. It was in 2015 that Sony really started flexing its exclusives, when it offered PS4 players arguably From Software's most beloved Soulsborne, Bloodborne, which is still often considered a standard bearer for the genre, as well as Uncharted: The Nathan Drake Collection. And while that second one may seem much smaller, it was a sign of big things to come between Sony and Bluepoint Games. 2016 continued the cycle with the release of Uncharted 4: A Thief's End in May, bringing a wonderful conclusion to Nathan Drake's story and offering a real look at the visual fidelity Sony first-party studios could achieve on PS4.
What do you think about that, huh? That's pretty cool.
2016 was also the year that Sony delivered what many, IGN included, called one of the best E3 showcases of all time, if not the best. On top of big third-party games and PSVR showcases, that conference alone included The Last Guardian, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Detroit Become Human, while Sony also reveals Days Gone, Death Stranding, God of War, and Marvel's Spider-Man, ahead of a PSX that delivered The Last of Us Part 2, Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, and of course, Knack 2, all being announced. Sony continued rolling out hits in 2017, with the critically and commercially successful Horizon Zero Dawn being heralded as a bold new direction for Killzone dev Guerrilla Games, and kicking off an impressive trend of new Sony IP establishing itself as a core part of the exclusive lineup. 2018 brought two of Sony's biggest exclusives into the conversation: God of War, which revived the seemingly defunct franchise with an entry that brought new levels of gameplay and storytelling depth to the table, and Marvel's Spider-Man, a flagship comic book crossover that has made the webhead synonymous with Sony as a gaming platform and may have cemented developer Insomniac's move from long-standing business partner to official Sony first-party studio. But with the release of these two games, we also began to see a Sony that started to spin its wheels. There were still clearly some impressive games to come, but because many of Sony's first-party studios had spent years working on a single project or two, 2018 brought with it two trends: Sony's seemingly annual Game of the Year contender status, and a question of how far Sony could stretch that reputation as its unreleased lineup began to dwindle.
The clearest sign of this issue came at E3 2018, which saw Sony guide press and remote fans through a series of locations to showcase the Big Four: Marvel's Spider-Man, Death Stranding, Ghost of Tsushima, and The Last of Us Part 2. With some of these games having been revealed in 2016, and in hindsight we now know it would be over 2 years until The Last of Them, but not The Last of Us, that was second to last, would be released, there was some clear fatigue among Sony fans just wanting to get to the games, or at least not be shown tease after tease after tease if they were still so far off. And so, perhaps in part due to that, but also due to trends around the industry, Sony pulled out of E3 2019 a year before COVID-19 would lead to E3 and every other major convention skipping 2020, and also put an end to PSX after the 2017 show. Concurrently, Sony decided to take a page out of Nintendo's book and introduce the PlayStation State of Play showcases in 2019, a host of events that cut out the middleman of an event like Nintendo Directs do, but with all the confusion of what exactly a State of Play should look like, unlike the very confidently made Nintendo Directs. Since their introduction, State of Plays have been hodgepodges of trailers for third-party games, some exclusives and some not, tied to a single big trailer debut that has 20 minutes of other trailers to go through first, or one-off specific game-focused showcases that play like wonderful slices of E3 conferences we may never get again. But the rhyme or reason by which Sony uses the State of Play name seems arbitrary at this point, with both of 2020's major PS5 reveals abandoning the title and instead it being used in everything from Saturday morning Demon's Souls showcases to PS4 roundups in the months between PS5 news drops. They paint an erratic picture of where this new phase of Sony's promotions go as we enter a new generation, coming so late into the PS4's life cycle and after pretty much every major PS4 game had been announced to really have the impact this past generation that Directs have.
Still, even with Sony's decision to abandon its normal event life for prepackaged carousels, the last 2 years of the PS4 lifecycle were not without their major hits. In fact, much of Sony's silence on the PS5 felt like it was due directly to just how much PS4 players had to look forward to. With 2019 not trending quite as high critically as 2018, 2020 came back with hit after hit, either commercially or critically, or both. Dreams, MLB The Show, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Nioh 2, Persona 5 Royal, and of course The Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima. One of the console's best overall years, if not the best, is arguably the last year. It doesn't majorly have to share retail space with its next-gen sibling. And that's not even including the cross-gen PlayStation exclusives like Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and Sackboy: A Big Adventure. Year after year, PlayStation defined its platform by the experiences you could only get on the PS4 compared to the competition. Whether that be first-party exclusives, first access to third-party DLC and partnerships with Call of Duty and others, or just Spider-Man himself. But even as the PS4 remained the place to play the generation's biggest games, the platform itself didn't always put players first, whether in Sony's reticence to join the crossplay trend going on around it, or in its erratic messaging in later years. And maybe it's a byproduct of the times, or it is the culmination of Sony's growth not just over this past generation, but the last several. From the heights of PS1 and PS2 success, to the troubling days of the PS3's early life, to the runaway win of the PS4, Sony has seen its fair share of wins and losses, triumphs and embarrassments. This generation itself has been a microcosm of that. Incredible exclusives, bizarre promotion cycles, and a shift away from and then back toward a consumer and industry-wide friendly face. And despite its immediate successes and the near decade of incredible exclusive experiences, Sony put on many different faces throughout the generation. The one we're currently left with, a Sony committed to the heights of PS4 exclusives, along with the indie love and player-focused options of the PS4's early days, may not be the one we see in just a few years' time. But it's quite clear, whatever form Sony takes after it fully leaves the PlayStation 4 behind will have its roots in the dominating exclusives that defined this generation.
How do you know PlayStation is not a normal game system? It carries these telltale signs.
At the dawn of the 1990s, there were only two names that mattered in the world of video game consoles: Sega and Nintendo.
So you had Mario on the left side and you had Sonic on the right side. And, what was PlayStation bringing to the party?
He looked me in the eye at the end of the presentation. He said, Sony will never make a good game. You'll never take on Nintendo.
It may look like a harmless bagel toaster, but inside is a deadly donut.
Back then, no one could have foreseen that a consumer electronics company with zero experience in gaming would disrupt the space so thoroughly that its name would soon become the de facto noun for home consoles. Not just that, but its impact would change the way we thought about games forever.
Users lose all sense of reality and enter another world.
There wasn't a lot of respect for conventional wisdom. Quite a lot of possibly misplaced arrogance around the fact that we knew what we were doing, that we were going to get it right.
299.
Sony's PlayStation wasn't just a console. It was the revolution that began the modern era of video games. This is the story of how its legacy began, told by two former Sony presidents. Andrew House, one of the original minds behind the PlayStation's groundbreaking marketing, who rose to CEO status, and Sean Layden, who helped developers bring some of PlayStation's most beloved games to life for over 20 years.
PlayStation really overturned the tea table. Everyone had to kind of deal with the world that Sony was going to create after that.
Remember, do not underestimate the power of PlayStation.
Technology has transformed home entertainment, and many young kids now are growing up spending their time and their money on this kind of strange electronic world.
The origins of PlayStation go all the way back to the late 1980s, when Sony agreed to produce sound processor chips for Nintendo's new SNES console. Just a short duration into their partnership, Nintendo proposed a joint venture. It wanted Sony to create a new drive system for the SNES, based on the CD-ROM format that Sony had pioneered. But the deal collapsed in an ugly fashion, leaving many Sony executives bitter and wary of working in the industry again.
There was a sense that video games were toys, and Sony's not a toy company. So what confidence do we have to fight on someone else's battlefield with unproven weapons and no experience in strategy?
But Ken Kutaragi, the man who first arranged Sony's deal with Nintendo, refused to be deterred.
Kutaragi-san, the often called father of PlayStation, was trying to get the company to not back down from their gaming ambitions, but rather lean further in and say that if we can't do a peripheral for Nintendo, let's just do our own machine.
Kutaragi's vision was to create a machine that brought the cutting-edge experience of arcades into the homes of regular people. That would mean a console capable of 3D graphics. At the time, that felt like a true quantum leap beyond Sega and Nintendo's 2D offerings. But while stellar visuals would be what would sell the console to the public, it was the use of cheap CD-ROMs rather than expensive cartridges that would be Sony's secret weapon. Those shiny plastic bagels would convince the wider games industry to bet on PlayStation. At least, that's what Sony hoped.
Getting flash ROMs manufactured and built in Hong Kong invariably or Taiwan, the lead times of getting those things done, the expense per unit was light years away from what we were able to do with optical disc. You didn't have to have 100,000 unit plus minimum order on flash ROM, which was the order of the day for things like Genesis or Super Nintendo. With optical disc, you can just order 10,000 discs, and if your game sells out on Thursday, give us a call and we can replenish you by Wednesday the next week. And it really sort of changed the dynamic around that.
And that, I think, was the aspect that people sort of lose sight of. By lowering the cost of how much it costs to make physically a game, you could have developers have more developer participation in the industry. You lower the barrier to entry so that it could be lots more companies making games. That in turn opened up to creative risk-taking of a kind that hadn't been seen in the business before, which wasn't possible with the previous model.
Despite skepticism among the executives, Kutaragi had the backing of Sony's new CEO, Norio Oga, who had previously spent over a decade as the president of CBS Sony Records. One of Oga's first decisions as CEO was to purchase Columbia Pictures Entertainment. He wasn't just interested in furthering Sony's electronics business, but its entertainment ambitions too. And Kataragi's PlayStation could be the gateway into a new and lucrative market. Still, the first moves were made with some trepidation.
When I joined the division, my then boss said to me, more or less you're an idiot and it's a toy and, it's destined for failure and why would you want to go and work on something like that?
There was kind of a sense, I think, from the finance side of it. It's like, please lease everything because in 9 months you may not be there anymore anyway. So we're kind of up against this sink or swim dichotomy.
But down in the newly dug PlayStation trenches, the staff of Sony's fresh gaming division were eager to bring the fight to their heavyweight rivals.
Most of us still very, very junior in the industry. And so we had the advantage of there wasn't a lot of fear. There wasn't a lot of respect for conventional wisdom. And therefore, there was possibly quite a lot of, possibly misplaced arrogance around the fact that we knew what we were doing, that we were going to get it right.
We were just all there to embark on this new venture with the enthusiasm and the gusto of the uninitiated. And just dived into the swimming pool and thought, yeah, Nintendo, Sega, these two entrenched, embedded leaders in the field. Sure, why can't we start a new platform and take them on head-to-head?
This is Shigeru Miyamoto. Japanese youngsters call him the god of games. Nintendo now has 80% of the computer games market in the United States. The company's showing that, in one area of software at least, the Japanese aren't just successful, they can wipe the floor with their rivals.
All the confidence in the world couldn't make up for Sony's clear disadvantage though. The company had no experience in creating video games at all. There wasn't even one person on staff who could rival superstar developers like Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto or Sega's Yuji Naka.
We didn't have any first-party development at that time because you can't spin that stuff up in 6 months. You've got to spend years doing that.
We couldn't afford to have that strategy. We had to be heavily flipped the other way around, very dependent on third-party publishers and third-party developers.
We had a very deep partnership with Namco from the start. They were like the touchstone in the Japanese market. If you really want to talk about bringing arcade into the home, nothing told that story or sold that story better than Tekken and Ridge Racer. That people were lining up in arcades to drop their 100 yen coin into a slot to pay 3 minutes of these games. And we're saying, you can take this thing home. And then Ubisoft and Infogram and you name it. Everyone just found a place to come to where they thought they all had an equal chance to be the biggest dog in the room.
Sony's initial reliance on third-party development was a very different approach to how Nintendo and Sega did business. Within a couple of months of the SNES launching, it already had a trio of Nintendo-developed games. In contrast, Sony planned to launch the PlayStation in Japan without a single game made by its own hand. But the company knew first-party development would be vital to its long-term success. Sony needed its own developer.
At the time, we had a partnership with a company called Psygnosis in Europe, which we ended up buying 3 years later to bring that facility in-house. They had reach, they had breadth, and they had a sensibility about wanting to be successful in the Japanese market. They're very keen to do that. And I think they were also looking at us as being an insurgent party that they could get in and be part of a growing enterprise, not just being bolted onto somebody else's established success.
Sony bought Psygnosis in 1993. The studio would go on to create Wipeout, the jewel in the crown of PlayStation's European launch in 1995.
This game is very fast, it has incredible graphics, but when you first start, you'll probably spend too much time crashing to notice.
And alongside the Tokyo-based Japan studio, Psygnosis formed the first building block of what would become Sony Computer Entertainment Worldwide Studios, better known today as the hugely successful PlayStation Studios. The path to God of War and The Last of Us began here. Building PlayStation required more than just a console and some games though. It needed a brand, an identity, and it needed to be built by people who understood that a console was more than a plastic box of silicon chips.
Innovation number one was move to optical media. Innovation number two was Sony's recognition that going into entertainment was a completely new thing for them, and that the electronics team, though they had the technical prowess, they didn't know exactly what entertainment was all about. The original Sony Creative Entertainment was a joint venture between Sony Electronics, and Sony Music Entertainment. And you brought these two cultures together in one room.
The Sony Music team envisioned PlayStation not as a physical console plugged into your TV, but as a lifestyle. Like music, gaming had its own culture, aesthetic, and personality, and PlayStation's identity was absolutely not going to be the childlike image projected by Nintendo.
I mean, you try and avoid using that awful word attitude, but it was something that was very prominent at the time. It was sort of games that had tonally a very different message around them than what you'd seen before, that they weren't, just cute and fun. There was slight elements of darkness and so on that was starting to emerge even at that time.
If the suspense doesn't kill you, something else will. Everyone's gonna die!
Particularly in Japan, when we started advertising for PlayStation games, it was like nothing anyone had seen before. Early PlayStation advertising was groundbreaking, and it was taking that music sensibility and putting it into an interactive entertainment medium and seeing what they can do with that. So it spoke differently, it pitched differently. PlayStation really overturned the tea table. Everyone had to kind of deal with the world that Sony was going to create after that.
By the final months of 1994, the PlayStation identity had been found and forged. It was time to launch the console in its first region, Sony's home territory of Japan.
It was sort of a bunch of very deliberately people in their 20s sort of hammering on a sort of closed storeroom door, shouting 1, 2, 3, Ichi-ni-san, which was also the launch date 12/3. No one had seen game campaigns like that before. There was a very simple idea around, the targeting of the initial campaign around PlayStation. And that was that the mindset was going to be of someone who was 17. If you were older and in your 20s and upwards, it was that sort of fun mindset that you had when you were 17. And that's what the platform's going to offer. If you were younger than that it was what you aspired to be, that you aspired to be a 17-year-old because that was cool and hip if you were a young kid.
100,000 PlayStations were sold in Japan on launch day. By the end of the year, 300,000 had been sold. Despite tough competition from Sega, which launched its own 3D-capable Saturn console just weeks before, the PlayStation was an instant success story. The next step was to bring PlayStation to the rest of the world. Sony knew it had to make an impact ahead of its US and European launch in September 1995, and a brand new summer trade show called E3 was the place to do it. But on the first day of the show, it seemed as if Sega had stolen Sony's thunder. The rival company announced that its Saturn console, which was also planned for a September launch in the West, was available right there and then in US stores for $399. It was a huge move from Sega, but one that Sony was well prepared for. For the PlayStation presentation, Steve Race, the head of development at Sony Computer Entertainment America, took to the stage to deliver the industry's boldest mic drop.
$299.
We all understand that created bad blood between SCE and the Entertainment Software Association, which was sponsoring the event, where I think the ground rules were, we'll have this keynote panel discussion, but you can't bring a commercial message to it. You just have to talk about the warm fuzzies of interactive entertainment. And for Sony guys to come up there and go, yeah, thanks for the rules, but $299, mic drop off the stage, just kind of fed into the narrative that PlayStation is the rogue platform. You can tell it things, but it won't necessarily listen.
But while the statement created headlines, this Sega undercutting price point came with incredible risks.
Let's say a lot of the costs were sort of dollar-based. And the thing that everybody was really frightened about was currencies, right? And being put in a position of selling a unit that the more that you sold, the more money you lost. And, whether it was $299 or not, that's exactly what happened. Because I went back and checked exactly what it was. But the yen strengthened to, I think, 80 yen to the dollar in the summer of the launch year, which was a historic high. And so you're in this, really, really awful position now of, $299 sounded great on stage. And then when you start to look at the economics around that, it's an absolute disaster, potentially for that first year or two.
On Friday, you'll finally be able to get your hands on the PlayStation.
What could have been a disaster was instead a monumental success. PlayStation significantly outsold the Sega Saturn in both the US and the UK, and the console quickly became the flagship games machine of the generation. Within its first year, Sony took control of 20% of the entire American video games market. The PlayStation needed to provide more than just initial novelty if it were to survive though, and despite strong success in its first year, there was still some doubt that PlayStation could really contend with the industry heavyweights.
I was trying to get a business off the ground distributing other internal Sony studio games in Japan, and I went to the editor of the sort of most prominent magazine in games that was out there at the time, and I remember he looked me in the eye at the end of the presentation. He said, "Sony will never make a good game. You don't have what it takes. You don't have an eye to quality. You'll never take on Nintendo."
And so the real battle began. Sony had to prove that PlayStation was the place to find not just quality, but experiences that you couldn't play anywhere else. Thanks to the cheaper CD format, it was able to encourage development partners to take creative risks and experiment beyond established genres. And so the PlayStation quickly became the home of some of gaming's most innovative creations.
We gave a lot of autonomy to the studios to decide what they wanted to make. As the first-party platform holder, it was an imperative upon PlayStation and Sony to continue to bring not just a variety of content, but actually create new genre. Make gaming something that it wasn't. At the time, in the early days, it was fighting, racing, RPG. It wasn't until PlayStation when you had something like Parappa, which introduced the idea of rhythm action gaming. Had to make that one up because they didn't know what to call it.
It's all in the mind. If you wanna test me, I'm sure you'll find the things I'll teach ya. Sure to beat ya. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick.
Something like Parappa the Rapper was certainly not without risk in terms of making that somehow a big AAA title in the US. There's an element of the quirky, a mindset of trying to find the somewhat unconventional or giving the conventional a twist. I think Crash Bandicoot, very much fell into that category. It was a platform game on its surface, but had other elements, and the choice of a Bandicoot to be the sort of lead character, the ad campaign of having a guy dressed up in a suit shouting outside Nintendo headquarters, which was one of the first large-scale campaigns that I did.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
So you had Mario on the left side and you had Sonic on the right side. And, what was PlayStation bringing to the party? I think we put some energy in trying to make Crash Bandicoot into a type of mascot for the platform. But I think the breadth of our offering diluted the impact of having a mascot or not.
You want a piece of me? You want some of this?
Crash Bandicoot showed how PlayStation was thinking differently about established video game staples. But elsewhere in the console's library, developers were exploring uncharted territory. Where the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo have thrived on platformers and fighting games, some of PlayStation's biggest successes were in action-fueled adventures and blood-drenched horror.
I remember Biohazard in Japan, aka Resident Evil, was the first game to go out with an explicit content sticker. This big red triangle, danger, danger. And of course, nothing helps sell a title faster than a government label telling you shouldn't play this.
I think the best example I can give is sort of Tomb Raider. Both the gameplay mechanics are different and represent sort of a real move, shift forward in what games could be, coupled with a strong female character as the lead, an adventure setting, shades of Indiana Jones. All of those elements together led us to believe that this is something that you want to really get behind and make emblematic of the platform.
Perhaps Sony's most significant move, though, was to convince Japan's most prolific RPG developer to leave a decade of Nintendo loyalty behind and bring its most ambitious game to PlayStation.
For them to get Square to bring Final Fantasy VII to PlayStation was huge. Remember those opening cutscenes and the ability to ramp that up. It really showed that we'd come to a new age in gaming, right? I mean, part of the promise of PlayStation was to bring 3D gaming into the home. With something like Final Fantasy, with the artists and the visionaries at Square, it really showed what you could do with this. It was remarkable to all developers who saw it. It just gave them more colors to paint with, more shapes to work with.
Final Fantasy VII went on to become the PlayStation's second biggest game of all time, selling over 10 million copies. But in a demonstration of the diversity of PlayStation's library, Final Fantasy's huge story and even larger swords were in complete contrast to the PlayStation's best-selling game of all time, Gran Turismo. Developed by Sony's own Japan studio, it was a racing sim the likes of which had never been seen outside of an arcade before. To date, it has sold almost 11 million copies. No matter your gaming tastes, there was something for you on PlayStation. Sony's advancements in both technology and business strategy had pushed the games industry into a vibrant and varied new place. By 1999, the company had claimed an astonishing 60% of the American video game market. It was the uncontested king of the fifth console generation. Its position was so strong that it easily fended off competition from Sega's new, more advanced Dreamcast. But the PlayStation couldn't last forever. With a new millennium in sight, and armed with all of its new experience, Sony set in motion plans for a successor console.
Welcome to the third place.
The concept behind the PlayStation 2 was simple: do it again, but bigger and better. But despite its success with the original PlayStation, the sequel initially proved to be a difficult second album.
Here we go again.
PlayStation 2 was the first time for Sony to launch a successor platform. You know, Sega had done it, Nintendo had done it. We'd never done it. So we didn't know what we didn't know about the trickiness around that. We had to make it up as we went along. The PlayStation 2 had some architectural uniqueness to it, which was difficult to get across to, you know, some of the developers who were more used to working on a traditional, like, arcade-based platform.
Despite the difficulties, the original PlayStation provided a good blueprint. The new console had to push the technology forward in a way that would fundamentally change the opportunities available to both developers and players. For PlayStation, that was the CD-ROM. For PlayStation 2, that was DVD.
Sony PlayStation 2 will be the biggest thing to come along since TV was invented.
It started to open up another chapter in PlayStation's sort of, vision, which was not just to be about games or interactive entertainment, but to not necessarily be a home hub in some sort of living room dominant sense, but to allow you to have lots of different members of the family still interact with PlayStation, potentially for different reasons.
The PS2's DVD drive wasn't just a movie player though. Much like how CD-ROMs allowed developers to think beyond the limiting boundaries of cartridges, DVDs provided the space to create significantly more ambitious games.
Oh boy. He's right on schedule.
And that was just a very serendipitous alignment of technological trends. And PlayStation got in there before anybody else. What you're doing is you're making just a bigger palette to paint on. More painting is more time is more money, but more painting is also richer, more involved storylines. You could actually have a narrative.
And so began the journey towards the huge cinematic action games that define PlayStation today.
I remember when we did The Getaway, when I was in the London studio. That was really groundbreaking. We were making a movie in a game at the same time. It was a huge step change from whatever action adventure tropes had been prevalent at the time. Because you had DVD and you had endless amounts of memory and you could put all kinds of textures. You can put 16 square miles of London into a DVD, and that means you can tell a bigger story. You can tell a more nuanced story. And I think that was what really was a huge change that PS2 brought to the gaming market, was the inception of that kind of hugely narrative-based gaming.
Patience, Mark, my boy. All in good time.
Storage and narrative have remained a core part of PlayStation's DNA. The evolution from DVD to Blu-ray to SSD has seen Sony's story ambitions expand. Today, the PlayStation 5 is considered the home of cinematic single-player games. In fact, that's almost exclusively what it's known for. In contrast to the wild and experimental days of the original PlayStation, modern Sony is much more focused and risk-averse. There's no parappa, no Vib ribbon. But the foundations of the original console are still clear to see. Third-party partnerships remain the lifeblood of not just the platform, but modern console gaming. An ever-expanding array of developers create new and fascinating games every year. And that variety means that no one person's PlayStation or Xbox library is the same as anyone else's. Long gone is the era when your collection was guaranteed to be almost entirely made up of games produced by Shigeru Miyamoto. The PlayStation changed video games forever, and we play in its world.
Over 200 apes are on the loose, and it's up to you to stop them. Introducing Ape Escape.
What did you say?
You're toast.
Help me!
Where are you?
Open the drapes.
It's called mental wealth.
It's been 25 years since the launch of the original PlayStation, and while games have evolved by leaps and bounds in the 2.5 decades since, it's impossible to deny the lasting impact Sony's flat gray box had on the industry and pop culture at large. From Bandicoots to battle-hardened super soldiers, the PlayStation is single-handedly responsible for some of the most iconic characters and franchises of all time. And while there are so many to love, we wanted to look back at the very best the console had to offer. These are the greatest PS1 games of all time.
If it isn't Crash Bandicoot.
Naughty Dog's mascot platforming trilogy became synonymous with the original PlayStation immediately after its first release, but it's the second of these three games that has remained in our hearts and minds all these years later. Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back is a great middle ground between the original's platforming and Warp's expansive arsenal techniques and secrets. As Crash climbs his way up a series of chambers full of challenging platforming levels, Naughty Dog's gauntlet of jumping, spinning, and whoa-ing offers some of the franchise's best levels, offering players a true challenge, but in a way that always felt achievable. Vagrant Story is perhaps one of the original PlayStation's most underrated games, a massive action RPG developed by a powerhouse RPG hit machine helmed by one of the most underrated directors of the last 25 years. It's a game that in many ways almost shouldn't work. It stacks an almost ludicrous amount of systems on top of a plot dense with political intrigue, dark magic, and at least 2 textbooks worth of ancient history, but it all comes together in a truly exceptional experience. You'll manage special attacks, customize weapons tailored for specific enemy types, build your own armor, solve puzzles, and fight some of the hardest bosses this side of Dark Souls using a quasi-rhythm-based battle system. While it remains one of the most underrated and oft-forgotten entries in Square's PlayStation catalog, that doesn't prevent this hidden gem from being one of the best that the console had to offer. The universally acclaimed Tekken 3 remains one of the most respected fighting games ever made, but it was its astonishing ability to lure in even non-fighting game fans that really helped make Tekken 3 one of the most iconic games on the console. Adding a third axis to the action and allowing players to dodge left and right, circling their opponents, was a seismic shift for Namco's seminal slugfest. A cocktail of wacky cinematics, eclectic characters, and bruising beatings, the King of Iron Fist tournament is the undisputed champ when it comes to PS1 fighting games, and will always remain up there with the very best fighters in the business. At the very least, it's the reason an entire generation of gamers knows what capoeira is. Cheers, Eddie Gordo.
What was that?
Though it enjoyed a cracker of a remake in 2018, the power of the original Resident Evil 2 is still untouched. Set in a bizarro police station, an elaborate evolution of the first game's haunted house theme, Resident Evil 2 combined ornate, weird puzzles with a plethora of nasties that range from the garden variety zombie to more out-there monstrosities like a giant moth and a sentient mutated poison ivy. Throw in a hulking, seemingly invulnerable tyrant that relentlessly pursues you and the ability to play from 2 different perspectives, and you've got an all-time horror classic. The original Tomb Raider is, at its heart, a haunting solo adventure, a quiet jaunt through an aggressive world that mixes up real-life beasts like wolves and bears with dinosaurs and cat mummies. While it cemented Lara Croft as a video game icon that would span several more generations, the original Tomb Raider should also be celebrated for its genius, with intricate level design and properly awe-inspiring environments. Plus, a shotgun that you can still feel through the ages. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 isn't just regarded by many as the most monumental game in the series, and it isn't just considered one of the greatest sports games ever made, it's one of the highest rated video games of all time. No matter what some desperate ding-dongs trying to review bomb at 18 years too late may think, Tony Hawk 2 was an absolute cultural haymaker, marrying exquisite arcade extreme sports action with a soundtrack that launched a million mixtapes. The original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was one of the most influential and iconic games of its era, and adding more moves, a simple but wildly addictive skate park editor, and a sack full of searing good songs made this stunning sequel a spectacular refinement of the former. Taking nothing away from the original pioneering Gran Turismo, the best-selling PlayStation game of all time and the godfather of all console racing sims, Gran Turismo 2 was everything the first installment was and much, much more. An absolute beast of a racing game, so stuffed with content that it had to ship on 2 CDs. With almost 650 cars from over 30 manufacturers, the scope of GT2 was unprecedented, dwarfing its otherwise excellent 1999 crosstown rival Need for Speed High Stakes. The PS1 played host to a small but fondly remembered selection of serious racing games back in the late 90s, like the Toka and Colin McRae series, but Gran Turismo 2 was the biggest and broadest of the lot, and it was the only one that came with a scratch and sniff disc. Releasing an old-looking 2D Castlevania on the PlayStation seemed like a strange move to some in 1997. Even IGN's original review reads it looks like the same old 2D platform action as before. Other classic franchises had already made the jump into the third dimension, and new games like Tomb Raider were showing what the PS1 could do that previous consoles could not. But keeping Symphony of the Night 2D allowed Konami to refine Castlevania's gameplay to absolute perfection, and its beautiful pixel art has aged much better than most of its 3D contemporaries. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is about as close to a perfect video game as one can get, one that's still being copied and iterated on today by modern developers. Final Fantasy VII is almost solely responsible for putting JRPGs on the map. No one had ever seen anything quite like it when it launched on the original PlayStation in 1987, and it's second only to Gran Turismo in units sold, for good reason. The dark sci-fi storyline and its incredibly of-the-times character design took a whimsical fantasy franchise and brought it to an international audience in a way that neither Sony or Square could have possibly predicted. It's a timeless classic that spawned an entire universe of spin-offs and one stellar remake that absolutely deserves all of its praise, despite some of its more glaring shortcomings. Long before we had the intricate sandbox of the Phantom Pain, and before the twisting plots of the Patriots or diatribes and the complex political realities of war, the third entry in Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear series cardboard box crawled its way into the PS1, and things were never the same again. Metal Gear Solid offered a singularly unique blend of stealth action gameplay and coupled it with a wholly bizarre yet utterly delightful cast of characters, and a story that challenged our ideas of traditional video game heroes and pushed the boundaries of cinematic storytelling in video games at the same time. All of these exceptional elements, plus some truly unforgettable breaks in the fourth wall, combined to create a gaming experience that still holds up as one of the best to this day.
It's a thrill when we get to say this about a new piece of gaming hardware. The PlayStation VR2 is a true generational leap that makes the old one look like a piece of junk. It's not exactly cheap, but for $549.99, you get a high-end headset with a 4K HDR-enabled OLED screen, a 110-degree field of view, built-in tracking cameras and eye tracking, plus two of its slick Sense controllers with the excellent adaptive triggers and haptic feedback Sony introduced with the PlayStation 5's DualSense controller. The catch is that it requires you to be connected to a PS5 by a single USB cable, but that means it's much more powerful when it comes to delivering fantastic graphics than a self-contained headset like the MetaQuest 2. With all of that, including a few features you don't see on even more expensive PC VR sets like Valve's Index and HP's Reverb G2, the PlayStation VR2 has vaulted console VR into the lead in just about every category except available games.
It's headed towards Dawn's grasp.
It's headed towards us!
The PlayStation VR2 is an immediate improvement over its predecessor in every way, but the physical design is actually pretty similar. Like its forebearer, it's got a clean black and white look that matches your PS5, and it's built around an adjustable head strap that's separated from the VR display itself, which does a great job of comfortably accommodating a wide range of head shapes and lets the weight of the screen rest on the top of your head rather than on your face. The one-stop adjustment mechanism on the back of the head strap remains an excellent way to dial in a perfect fit. It's nice to see the PSVR 2 has a slider on the top left side of the lens casing to quickly adjust the headset's interpupillary distance, or IPD, and it's especially neat that the internal camera quickly measures the distance between your eyes during setup. Other than that, Sony has kept the headset itself simple, with just two buttons at the bottom of the display. The center button turns the headset on and off, and the other instantly activates pass-through mode, letting you see the real world around you in black and white without taking off the headset. It's slightly disappointing there are no physical buttons to adjust the volume. Compared to the original PSVR, setup is a breeze. The PSVR 2 has a single USB-C cable you plug into your PS5 and you're done. After that, you'll need to install a firmware update and then quickly calibrate your controllers, eye tracking, and lens spacing, and the 4 tracking cameras will capture a scan of your room. It is extremely cool to see it accurately map out the geometry of a room and everything in it, including furniture, pets, even leftovers on your coffee table. Clean up your coffee table. Once you carve out a play area, the PSVR2's guardian walls rise out of the ground, clearly marking which parts of your room are safe to walk around in. If you've only ever used the PSVR's Move controllers, the moment you grab onto the included pair of Sense controllers is a revelation. The layout of their clicky face buttons and analog sticks will feel familiar to anyone who has played room scale VR in the last several years, but they step things up with the addition of haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. The analog sticks are half the size of the DualSenses, but remain tactile, allowing almost the same degree of precision as a D-pad when playing a game of Tetris Effect Connected, which notoriously difficult to play on Quest 2's default touch controllers. As we see in games like Horizon Call of the Mountain and Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, you can feel the power of a virtual weapon through the resistance of the adaptive triggers, like when you're shooting a blaster or drawing a bowstring. Haptic feedback improves this effect by simulating certain forces, textures, and noises through subtle vibrations, but it also makes its way into enhancing calmer and more subtle interactions, such as the flow of water on your kayak paddle in Kayak VR. Each button features capacitive touch that can tell if your fingers are on it or not, which allows you to make reasonably accurate gestures with your hands. It's not quite as sophisticated as the finger tracking on the Valve Index controllers though, so you're limited to specific gestures like giving a thumbs up or pointing with your finger. Just like the DualSense, battery life is a concern here. With all that vibrating and resisting, a full charge only lasts around 4 to 5 hours. That's a long time for a session of VR gaming, but the fact that you can't swap out batteries for a fresh pair means you might get cut short if you forget to plug them in. Likewise, the Sense controller's ring design may take some getting used to. It can be difficult to figure out where your hands are supposed to go by touch, but they're comfortable to hold once you get a grip. In contrast to the OLED panel included in the original PSVR, the PSVR2's 4K HDR OLED panel offers richer colors up to a 120 Hz refresh rate, making even less visually detailed games come to life. The screen door effect was never an issue on the PSVR, and it isn't here either, but with proper IPD calibration, you can now tactically eliminate glare as well. The fact you're encompassed by 110 degrees of scenery at all times makes VR all the more lifelike. That's 10 degrees wider than the original PSVR, and it's a significant difference in how much of the world around you can see. Still a bit like wearing a scuba mask, but it's a bigger, less claustrophobic scuba mask. The PSVR2's access to the PS5's graphical horsepower allows its games to have vast draw distances, much like their flat-screen counterparts, and there's no better demonstration of this than in Horizon Call of the Mountain. You can see fully simulated mechanical creatures running around across the map, contrasted against cascading waterfalls and picturesque mountain distance. Similarly, Cities VR Enhanced Edition allows you to build urban sprawls that truly come alive from a distance, and now you can see all of it all at once. On top of that, PSVR2 has a fancy new trick called foveated rendering, which means its built-in IR camera tracks the movement of your eyes and uses that information to improve efficiency. Because it knows exactly what you're focused on, it can put all its processing power into making that area super detailed, while everything else can be dialed down to conserve resources. It's also neat that certain games can now allow you to select menu options with your eyes or toggle interactions just by glancing at a character. The only other headset available right now that can do this is the MetaQuest Pro, and that'll cost you $1,500. Another nice touch you don't see on other popular VR sets is built-in headset vibration, which adds a new layer of immersion to gameplay when implemented at the right moment. Roving dinosaurs in Jurassic World Aftermath and explosions in Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge both generate haptic vibrations that pulse through the headset, coinciding with the distance, position, and intensity of the sounds they produce. It can bring the cinematic details out of sound design in games that implement it skillfully, but it needs proper 3D audio to really work as intended, which means the disappointing packed-in earbuds don't cut it quite as well as something like Sony's own Pulse 3D wireless headphone. Unfortunately, you're out of luck if you're hoping any of this will work with your existing PSVR game catalog. Because of how big an improvement it is, PSVR2 represents a clean slate for PlayStation's entire VR library. So even if you've spent hundreds of dollars on PSVR games that made the list of PSVR2 games in the launch window, you have to buy them again. And considering that there just aren't a ton of new games announced yet, it might be a little while before the PSVR2 catches up to other platforms in terms of selection.
Hey, you need a drink? I need a drink. I need a couple drinks.
The PlayStation VR2 may seem pricey, given that it costs $150 more than the base PS5 Digital Edition console you'll need to use it. Even so, it's such a quantum leap over the original PSVR in terms of ease of use, visual quality, and immersion that any PlayStation owner who loves VR should upgrade as soon as possible. Its 4K, HDR, OLED screen, and excellently tactile Sense controllers are the most obvious improvements, but plentiful quality of life changes and the raw horsepower of the PS5 set a new standard for how VR games should play and feel on console. Like any new platform, its thin launch lineup makes its lack of backward compatibility with original PSVR a significant problem, but one that will only improve as Sony and other developers roll out new games that take advantage of the PSVR 2's unique features. I did not think for a second I was going to be impressed by the PlayStation Portal, Sony's small screen remote play solution for the PS5. With remote play already working great on tablets and phones, and controller solutions like the Backbone designed specifically for playing console games remotely, the Portal seems like a solution to a problem no one had. Why spend $200 on a single-purpose device when there are much cheaper solutions already available? And yet, after spending time with the PlayStation Portal, I gotta say, this thing rules. That's not to say I wouldn't change anything about it. In fact, it has some missing features that make me scratch my head, but initial skepticism has been replaced by enthusiasm. First off, when it comes to the just use your phone argument against the Portal, that disintegrates once you see the screen. Now, it's not OLED, which is a bummer, but it's an extremely high quality 8-inch LCD screen. That is much bigger than my iPhone 13 Pro Max, and it really looks fantastic. Colors are extremely vivid and absolutely pop. There's no smearing or ghosting whatsoever, and when things are in motion, they look exactly like you'd expect them to look. The viewing angle too is quite nice. You can freely tilt it in whatever way is most comfortable while you're using it without losing color or detail. Everything just looks crisp and alive on the screen, and I really do prefer it over using remote play on my phone. On the opposite extreme, if you use remote play on a full-size tablet, yes, you get a bigger screen. That might be the best way to strike the perfect balance between portability and screen real estate, but you still have to supply a controller, which, given the fact that you clearly own a PS5, probably not that big of a deal. However, the advantage of the Portal over a tablet is you get the good-sized screen with a controller built right into an all-in-one solution, so you can hold the Portal and play your games in any position you like. Because it's effectively a DualSense with the middle stretched and turned into a screen, the Portal is instantly familiar to feel and use. It even has the DualSense features like vibration and resistive triggers. The only feature it's missing is the touchpad, but a quick tap of the screen brings up a virtual replacement. But the functionality of every part of the traditional DualSense controller is right there, literally at your fingertips. The Portal comes in at roughly 1.17 pounds. For comparison, my iPhone 13 Pro Max with Backbone weighs in at just under 1 pound. I was actually surprised at that result when I popped it on the scale. I seriously thought it was less than that because it feels very light and comfortable without coming off as cheap, and I never got tired of holding it. I used it sitting on my couch, laying in bed, even at the local coffee shop, and I never felt like I needed to put it down and take a break. Since it is so much lighter than I was anticipating and the screen is really bright, I wasn't expecting much from the battery life. If the notoriously short-lived DualSense is anything to go by, it was never going to be amazing. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, Astro's Playroom, and Spider-Man 2, swapping between them over the course of my battery test without ever shutting down the portal, and I got 4.5 hours of use with the brightness turned to 100% and the volume at around 50%. The Nintendo Switch OLED gets roughly the same battery life under ideal conditions, and the portal easily beats the Steam Deck, which often struggles to hit 2 hours. However, both of those devices are doing much heavier lifting than the portal, which isn't doing any major graphical processing. Personally, I feel like that's plenty of time before having to plug it into the USB-C port for power. No doubt that number could be greatly increased by turning the brightness down and the controller features like vibration and trigger reactions off. As has been pointed out many times, the PlayStation Portal shortens to PSP, which is an initialism shared by Sony's first dedicated handheld gaming device that came out way back in 2005, old. But the Portal is definitely not a shot across Nintendo's bow, because the Portal only plays games via remote play, so it's not like you can play it on the go. There's no version with a cellular connection, or without also owning a PlayStation 5. There is literally nothing else it can do. That seems like a bit of a bummer given the $200 price tag. I'd have liked to at least be able to watch Netflix or YouTube on the Portal, but all media functions are disabled on Sony Remote Play. The PlayStation Portal will only play games and let you navigate PS5's menus, so without a PS5 at the ready, the Portal is a paperweight. It's also completely bonkers that this thing doesn't have Bluetooth. If you want to listen to your games without everybody in the room hearing them along with you, you're going to need either a wired headset, which sucks, it's 2023, or you'll need one of Sony's proprietary PlayStation Link compatible headsets or earbuds, which also sucks. Add to the suckiness the fact that those earbuds and headset aren't even out yet. Hey, but don't worry. The earbuds come out December 6th. Oh wait, but do worry, because they cost $200 on their own. Wait, actually, the next Pulse headset is $149, so that's a little bit of a savings. But oh no, they don't come out until the end of February 2024. What the hell, Sony? At least this problem has an expiration date, unless you don't intend to buy the Sony headphones. But it's gonna be frustrating for early adopters. I really cannot understand why Sony didn't include Bluetooth. If it's a cost-saving measure, it's a bizarre one, given there's still some kind of chip in there broadcasting Sony's sound tech, so I don't think that's the case. Plus, Bluetooth is super cheap and it's in everything. My shoe has Bluetooth. It's made all the more frustrating by the fact that the single worst part of the Portal is its built-in speakers. They sound flaccid and underpowered with little in the way of audio range. I do appreciate they are stereo speakers, and in games that use stereo effects, it is actually noticeable. But otherwise, the sound is really underwhelming, and at full volume, it sounds blown out. My phone's speaker sounds better, and hey, I can pair my phone to my Bluetooth headset. Setting up the Portal is extremely easy. You just need to make sure your PS5 is set up for remote play first, then you power on the Portal, connect to Wi-Fi, wait for it to download the update and restart, then wait for it to apply the update and restart again, and then follow the prompts to pair it to your PlayStation 5. Okay, yes, that sounds like a hassle now that I say it all out loud, but it's not like you can mess it up, and it's a process you only need to do once. The other thing you need to do is make sure your PlayStation 5 is in rest mode and not completely powered down, or else it won't turn on and connect when you pick up your Portal. The first time I connected, it took a few moments to find my PlayStation 5, but when it did work, it worked flawlessly. It's so cool to be able to use my PS5 in what is otherwise a completely normal way, but on a bright, beautiful, portable screen. The first game I played was, of course, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and my initial worry was, some of the text would probably be too small to read, but the 8-inch screen proved to be just big enough to see everything, even the smaller text. I hadn't actually gotten around to playing Spider-Man 2 yet, and it turned out to be an awesome showcase for the Portal. The smaller screen obviously minimizes the scale of the earliest boss battle, but for being able to play while lying down on my couch, I'll take that trade. I also played NHL 23 and found it incredibly fun on the small screen as well. Didn't have any issues with text or menus, although a little hard to see some of the action around the net on that 8-inch screen. If you've used Remote Play before, you know the single biggest bottleneck in performance is the quality of your Wi-Fi signal. I have a decent Wi-Fi router, yes, it's the one provided by my ISP, okay, and never once did the signal drop out while using the Portal in my living room. However, in both Spider-Man and NHL, there was a noticeable drop in frame rate in moments where the action got really fast, although it was very brief. Occasionally, I'd spot the resolution drop down for a tick or two, but again, that was only during the fastest and most heated parts of the games. The only time the stream really struggled was when I was downloading a game. I wanted to test the Portal's battery life against Astro's Playroom's awesome DualSense controller features, and went to re-add it to my library. Since my PS5 is connected wirelessly, the added bandwidth of a game download brought Remote Play to its knees, even losing connection once or twice before picking it back up again. Once the download was completed, everything returned to normal. Moving away from the router to my bedroom, where I have less than stellar Wi-Fi coverage, the problem got pretty bad. It was no fault of the Portal, it was wholly because I haven't set up enough access points to give it a good enough signal. At this point, I had switched to playing Final Fantasy VII Remake exclusively, and there were occasions when the streaming buffer was working so hard, the resolution drop made text completely unreadable. The moral of the story is that if you're planning on getting a PlayStation Portal, you should make sure your household Wi-Fi coverage is in top form anywhere you're going to want to play it. Sony also recommends you have a 15 megabits per second or greater connection for best results, but the minimum requirement is 5 megabits per second. After establishing the Portal works great in most of my house, I packed it up and took it to Dunkin' Donuts, which as a New Englander, I am required by law to visit at least once per month. I'd hoped to test its performance on public Wi-Fi, but this was a total bust. Dunkin', like many chains, airports, libraries, hotels, and other locations offering guest Wi-Fi, requires you to visit a website and acknowledge its terms of service before allowing you onto their network. And the Portal has no web browser to allow such an interaction. That is a huge bummer because pretty much any place you'd want to use it outside your house is going to require that initial login page. This seems like something that could be handled in a future update, but for now, you are out of luck. However, one of the locally owned coffee shops in my town has free Wi-Fi with no such requirements, so I took the Portal in for a cup of coffee to see if it worked as advertised. Getting on their Wi-Fi was easy, but connecting to my console back home took long enough that I was worried it wasn't going to work. But once it did, it worked incredibly well. In fact, it worked almost as well as it does at my house when both devices are on the same network. This was the turning point for me, where I went from, well, this is kind of neat, to this is actually rad. There I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake from the PS5 in my house in a cafe across town, and it was nearly indistinguishable from the experience at home. Again, that's something that can certainly be done on your phone or tablet, and those are also able to get past that login screen, but none of them feel as good to hold and play as the Portal. The PlayStation Portal is the most surprising device I've ever come away from loving after going in loaded with skepticism. It's such a better experience than using your phone with a slap-on controller, and it works so much better than I was anticipating. I really love the freedom it gives me to play my PS5 from anywhere with decent Wi-Fi coverage, especially when the rest of my family was using the TV to, somewhat ironically, play Nintendo Switch. Bearing in mind that it's in no way a standalone device and 100% requires a PlayStation 5 to function at all, the biggest things keeping this Portal from being a truly amazing device are its current lack of a way to access Wi-Fi that requires a web browser to log in, and its lack of Bluetooth support for audio. For now though, it is a great device that represents the best current solution for PlayStation Remote Play, and if it weren't for those two baffling caveats, I'd call this a must-own device for every PS5 owner who enjoys playing games on handheld or has to compete for the household TV. Accessibility is far more than options in the menu. Our reviewer, Grant Stoner, lost the capability to play with standard console controllers in 2019. Due to the progressive nature of his physical disability, his hands can no longer comfortably press buttons or move sticks unless a device is placed in a very specific position on a flat surface. And with the ergonomic nature of a DualSense controller, he had yet to play a PlayStation 5 game because of this issue. Now, with the release of the PlayStation Access controller, he can finally enjoy Sony's exclusive games again, albeit not without some frustration and discomfort. The Access controller is PlayStation's answer to accessible hardware. While their studios continuously innovate with inclusive designs and accessible features, the lack of hardware was noticeable, especially considering the release of the Xbox Adaptive Controller way back in 2018. And now with its release, it proves that there is no singular solution for the disabled experience, especially in gaming. Before exploring the design and physical features of the Access controller, it's important to evaluate what makes this device successful. Excellent software. Customization and personalization are key, especially when creating devices for a disabled audience with individualistic needs based on their disabilities. For starters, every button is customizable, not only with its placement, but also its functionality. Even though every console offers the capability to reassign button mapping, here you can customize if pushing a button is treated as a single press and release or a hold. Traditionally, you would need to search a game's options menu hoping to find a setting that enables toggles for actions like aiming, sprinting, or crouching. Now, you can simply assign button 1 as R1 and select a setting to have the controller behave as if R1 is being held until pressed again. This feature by itself is revolutionary with accessible hardware because it means we no longer have to implore developers to include that option or patch it into older games. Should these settings always be included in games? Absolutely. But they are no longer inaccessible without them. Beyond activating toggles, the Access controller software lets you choose the orientation of the control stick. The Access controller requires you to choose the position of the stick via turning the controller facing upwards, left, right, or downwards before enabling control customization. The positioning can be changed at any time, but Grant chose to have the control stick facing downwards, allowing him to comfortably rest his hand on the edge of the table. Further, 2 Access controllers can be paired with the PS5 simultaneously and function as one, meaning it's possible to have 2 separate stick placements. Finally, the Access controller enables the use of 3 distinct profiles, each with their own custom button assignments and toggles. While this feature is not new, both Xbox and Nintendo allow for multiple control customization profiles. The Access controller implements it smoothly and lets you seamlessly switch with the press of a button. Currently, Grant has profiles established for less complex games like turn-based RPGs, button-heavy games like Spider-Man 2, and a standard profile he uses when trying out a new game for the first time. It's a feature that allows others to comfortably switch between multiple games per session without needing to reconfigure and memorize new button combinations with each game. The profile button is one of his favorite features, but it also highlights his biggest criticism of the Access controller. From a software perspective, the Access controller is an accessibility achievement. From a physical design examination, it's a perplexing conundrum that often leaves him physically exhausted after playing for hours. As mentioned previously, the ability to switch between profiles is incredible, but the strength required to press the button to do so is beyond what he can physically accomplish. Located on the side of the joystick, the profile button is egregiously small, and it requires such force that he cannot switch profiles without the assistance of others. Grant notes that every time he tries a new game and wishes to change his current control layout, he needs to find someone to press the button for him. It severely hinders the independence of physically disabled players by requiring others for something as simple as a button press. And unfortunately, the strength required to push the button is not exclusive to this specific one. 8 of the 9 main buttons of the access controller can be difficult to press, especially depending on which of the 4 button caps are placed onto the controller. When playing straight out of the box, the primary button caps are curved hill-like domes, which Grant states were automatically too difficult for him to use. Fortunately, the box contains 3 other cap types: a flat button with a slight decline, a thicker button with an upward curve, and an angled cap which hangs over the central black button. After switching caps, it was far easier for him to use the device, but the access controller box only contains approximately 4 of each of the cap types. Anybody who needs more than what is offered will be required to purchase another controller, an $89.99 expense, because the button caps are not offered for sale separately. Thankfully, he was able to successfully use a mixture of different caps to play, but even so, he was only able to use a limited amount of buttons because he can't use the entirety of the controller. The access controller shape poses the biggest barrier. Its circular design is not accessible for disabled players like Grant with smaller hands, atrophied hands, or limited reach. Of the 9 available buttons, he notes he only has access to 4. And because it's a circle, no matter which direction he places the controller, the issue remains. This problem can be mitigated with software capabilities like using a DualSense alongside the access controller, a similar feature to Xbox's Copilot. This is Grant's preferred setup and one which is the most comfortable, but he notes he still loses access to 5 buttons. While it's even possible to pair 2 access controllers with a DualSense, if an individual cannot move their hands across one access controller, 2 is simply out of the question. To compensate for a physically disabled player's inability to reach any of the buttons, the controller includes 4 standard 3.5mm ports located directly across from the joystick. Grant states that he was able to place some of his existing adaptive equipment into these ports, namely leftover switches from his Logitech adaptive gaming kit, which is currently available for $99.99. This solution works, but he does wish the access controller featured more inputs for modifications. The physical design and accompanying equipment do have some benefits. The access controller includes 3 joysticks, a large ball like a wheelchair joystick, a small cap like a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con, and a ridged stick that mirrors what is traditionally found on most console controllers. Combine that with the software settings that allow you to freely adjust the sensitivity, and Grant notes that he never became exhausted from using the stick. His preferred choice is the standard ridged option. And there is even a singular button cap that falls across 2 buttons for easier access and can be used with software options that combine a single button into 2. Grant acknowledges that for the first time since 2019, he can finally resume trophy hunting and play some of the most accessible PlayStation games such as Spider-Man 2. However, while he genuinely enjoyed the access controller and is thoroughly impressed by the software that powers it and enables options like turning buttons into toggles and on-the-fly profile swapping, he was left disappointed by the somewhat narrow target audience for this controller. Rather than design a device for physically disabled players with limited reach or atrophied hands, PlayStation instead seems to have focused on individuals who can either move their arms or extend their hands across the entire controller and push buttons with a high level of strength. Hopefully, future iterations will include more ports. Grant ultimately wants the industry to understand that, if anything, the access controller is proof that the disabled experience is not universal. Will this device benefit every physically disabled player? No, but it's a necessary tool.
It is shocking to see that Hades 2 is only in early access, and that Supergiant Games plans to let it spend at least the rest of 2024 there before it's ready to call it version 1.0. Shocking because it already has just about everything I want from a sequel to one of the best roguelite action games of all time. Hades 2 manages to keep everything that made the original such a masterclass of design, but it does so in a way that changes up how each of the pieces fits together and gives it its own unique identity rather than feeling like a glorified expansion. The result is a familiar but fresh follow-up that challenged, surprised, and delighted me with every triumph and failure in equal measure. There are a few things missing, with an actual ending to the story being the most substantial among them. But once it's complete, it's hard to imagine Hades 2 not living up to the mythological legacy of the first.
At last, a worthy opponent.
I'm not going to spend too long explaining why what's carried over from the original Hades works so well. IGN gave it our Game of the Year award in 2020 for a reason, and if you haven't played the Greek God's Gift to Gamers yet, and you think you might enjoy some of the smoothest, most stylish isometric action ever made, tied up with a story that just keeps getting deeper with each run, you absolutely should before jumping into round 2. Don't worry, this review will still be here when you come back. Alright, now that you're up to speed, you can appreciate that what Hades 2 does exceptionally well is swap out all of the old weapons, most of the old boons, boosts, and other pieces from the previous game with brand new ones that do a lot of the same things but in fresh and exciting ways. To begin with, this time around you play as Melinoi, Zagreus' sister and the daughter of Hades, who very much shares her brother's smooth vocal tones and cool demeanor.
In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
She's a bit more proper and less playful than Zag, with a personality befitting of the princess of the underworld.
Out of my way, Eris. I won't be wasting any further breath on you while you perpetuate this nonsense.
But she's no less likable and equally well written. She controls largely the same as Zag, but with a couple of key changes that lead to some dramatically different playstyles. For instance, there's a sprint that can be used endlessly to escape danger, or if you have the proper boons enhancing it, to charge headfirst into it. The increased sustained speed comes at a price though. She's far less dash happy than Zag. She still has a dash that allows her to slip through enemy attacks or cross gaps, but in my 40 or so hours of play so far, I've yet to see an upgrade that allows her to increase the number of dashes that she has. This is a big change because Hades is a game where I dash a lot. Heck, I dash more than I run for the most part. But Supergiant has done a great job of designing its enemies and bosses around that gameplay change. And as a result, I never found myself missing multi-dashes too much. Eventually, I fell in love with the sprint and the boons that enhanced it, which might increase its speed to make it better at evasion, or turn it into an aquatic bulldozing attack, or turn you into a moving crosshair for Zeus's lightning, electrocuting any enemy you run close to. Since Melinoi is a witch, she's also got a completely revamped magic system that adds several wrinkles to combat that require you to think a little bit more about resource management. By holding down the button for her 3 offensive techniques, attack, special, and cast, she can use an Omega variation of those abilities that use mana. So, for example, the starting magic staff has a regular attack that just does a standard 3-hit combo. But if you hold down the attack button to charge up an Omega attack, when you release it, you'll shoot out a powerful magic blast that extends a great distance both in front of and behind you. Omega attacks are an incredible addition that not only improve the moment-to-moment action and decision-making of Hades combat, but also add some new options when it comes to build crafting. And this is where Hades 2 really shines even brighter than Hades did before. There are just so many options you can build your character towards during any given run that dramatically change how you approach it. And the beauty is that, while there are certainly builds that are stronger than others, I always felt like I had a shot of getting further than I did before, regardless of what build I tried. So many roguelites suffer from this feeling of having doomed runs, where you just don't get the kind of scaling or key upgrades that you need to survive in later levels. But that was never my experience in Hades 2. My deaths largely came down to encountering new enemies or bosses that I wasn't yet familiar with, getting too greedy with my attacks, or simply just making too many mistakes, as opposed to feeling like I just fell behind the power curve. Though, I will say that the final boss in the underworld currently seems a little bit overpowered compared to everything leading up to him. I'm not going to spoil what the fight looks like, but it took me like 15 tries. One run had me getting a bunch of power-ups for my cast, which is now a circular sigil that you place on the floor that will temporarily snare enemies that run into it. One particular boon, though, made it so that after remaining on the floor for a few seconds, the sigil would do rapid-fire explosions and deal huge damage to anything snared inside. So I would dart in, drop down my Omega cast, then charge up my Omega special, which on this run caused multiple projectiles to circle me, and just watch with glee as the enemies melted in my circle of death. That was completely different from my run with the giant axe, which had me enhancing my sprint speed so I could put a ton of distance between me and my enemies before charging up an extremely powerful Omega Special that would virtually wipe out all the enemies in a line in front of me if I got a chance to let the move rock, which takes a little bit of time. Like any good roguelite, every run of Hades 2 felt different, taught me a lesson I could use in the future, and was fun in its own unique way. Everything that we've covered so far has largely been stuff that was already good in the first game that's tuned to be just a little bit better in the sequel. But the one area where Hades 2 absolutely blows the original out of the water is in the depth and variety of its regions. No two are anything alike, with the third underworld area in particular being a series of more open fields that require you to clear multiple encounters and obtain multiple rewards before being able to move on to the next. You may have noticed that I keep specifying the underworld regions, which is because there's a whole separate set of levels, enemies, and bosses waiting for you above ground as well. I don't want to spoil too much of what awaits you if you take the stairs going up, but suffice it to say that these levels are where Supergiant really experiments with the level design to great effect. In between runs, you'll find yourself back at the Crossroads, a hidden sanctuary in between the surface and the underworld. Pretty much everything that you could do in the House of Hades in the first game can be done in the Crossroads as well. You'll go around gifting nectars and other presents to NPCs in order to increase your bonds with them and gain their keepsakes. You can cross off long-term milestone goals from the prophecy list for a variety of rewards, and you can be engaged in seemingly endless dialogues with the many legendary Greek figures who inhabit it, from the heroic Odysseus.
You look as though you've seen a ghost, if you'll forgive the very antiquated mortal turn of phrase, Goddard.
To the rebellious Nemesis.
Why don't you take your bottle before I smash it and get your scrawny ass out of here?
To the adorably sassy shade, Dora.
Mel, you know I like doing nothing. Sitting in the bathhouse with you? Well, that's gotta be the next best thing, so shall we?
That said, the way in which you progress Mel's strength is very different from how it worked with Zag. This time around, there's a grid of Arcana cards that each require a certain amount of resources to unlock. Once you do, you can equip its bonuses, assuming you have enough grasp, which limits how many cards can be equipped simultaneously, and will also reveal the bonuses of the two adjacent cards on the grid. It's a great system that balances powerful bonuses with higher costs, and also makes the decision of what you want to prioritize finding once you're in a run feel even more important. Do you go for more of the resources needed to actually unlock more Arcana cards, or more Psyche, which is used to increase your maximum grasp and allows you to equip more cards? In addition to these resources, there's a lot more to find in the levels of Hades 2. There are different types of flowers, metals, and monster parts, with all of them being used to concoct incantations that unlock some sort of new gameplay element or mechanic. This is very similar to the House Contractor from the first game, but it works even better in Hades 2, where you can make more decisions about what kind of resource collecting tool you want to take with you into a run and prioritize one concoction over another. One of my favorite incantations actually adds a hot spring to the Crossroads, and that allows you to invite NPCs on a bit more of an intimate hot spring state. As you might imagine, this leads to some fun conversations that dive a little bit deeper into these characters than your standard chats when they've got an exclamation point over their heads.
Looked them square in the face as they perished, often in horror.
You do this for recreation's sake?
While I can't say that there's been a dramatic improvement in how Hades 2 looks relative to the first game, that's an extremely high bar, and I'm not sure I'd want it to change that much anyway. The art style remains as stellar as ever, with a soundtrack to match. My favorite boss fight is currently Scylla and the Sirens, which has a banger theme song that dynamically adjusts whenever you take out one of the performers to remove their part from the song. That's a really cool touch on an already awesome boss fight, and it's things like that that make me especially excited to see what Supergiant has held back to really wow us when Hades 2 launches out of early access. But before we get to the verdict, it's also worth mentioning that after beating the final boss of the Underworld, you unlock Hades 2's equivalent of the Pact of Punishment, called the Testament of the Night. This allows you to add specific difficulty modifiers to your next run that might increase the damage of enemies, or make healing items less effective, or make all enemies faster. It's basically a customizable New Game Plus mode with rewards and incentives that was brilliant in Hades 1, and I'm stoked to see it already in Hades 2. So, what's unfinished about Hades 2 to make it release in early access? Well, there are still some placeholder portraits for characters like Charon, Narcissus, and a few others that I won't spoil. Some boon icons are missing unique art and just have letters to differentiate them, and most importantly, even though you can unlock its version of New Game Plus, the story currently doesn't have an ending.
Hers is a tale that shall withstand time, yet it requires time as well.
The development roadmap on the title screen also makes it clear that they're still working on a whole new region to explore, new cosmetic features for the Crossroads, and another new weapon to be released in the next major update. Hades 2 feels impossibly huge and unbelievably polished by any standard, much less an early access game. Mel is awesome, the new tweaks to combat and progression are excellent, and it's just unbelievably feature-packed with twice the content of the first. Despite that, it's still clearly a work in progress. There are some placeholder art assets, there are still more weapon aspects to come, there's a weapon missing from the Arsenal of 6, there's currently no proper story ending, and there's still another planned region that will be part of the next major update in the next few months. But even with all that's currently missing, what's here right out of the gate is astounding, and the thought of more coming on the way is a tantalizing treat.
"2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?"
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's it codenamed?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, there's the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one. The PlayStation 4 is official, and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games, and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality, where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4. But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller. It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Jamin Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3 when they had that PlayStation conference, and then the controller leak like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit them in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When they announced, when you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you may not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the death blow was E3. This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft was also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Damon and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out and they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God. E3 2006,
geez.
they screwed it up then.
Oh,
they
yeah,
announced it. $600.
$599 US.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. I don't know. So where do we begin?
It was backloaded, this whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
exactly,
I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of
Oh
games.
my God. Yeah.
The bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks. This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty, they took that probably as far as you could without being distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success. And Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right?
Sure.
And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things.
This is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not going to do the used game thing. We're not going to rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves.
Yeah,
Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready? Yeah! All right then, 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
There it is. We got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4. A little bit of a dent.
So nice and got the handle. I like the handle. Have the Watchdogs guy here.
Monthly PlayStation Plus. So the best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest
firmware and only console I'm about to wrap this
That's different than college, but I would want to know
PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
It's very, very nice packaging here that you can see.
The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble. It's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
So I got an authentic quick start guide,
but then it also comes with a controller.
Oh my gosh, we got the same thing!
That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because it came free in a box.
Okay. Yes. Well, I'm going to do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
small
top,
disc.
kind of got a matte.
I love what they've done here.
There you have it, folks. The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man.
Some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time. topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one of the most successful consoles ever.
Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
After 3 jam-packed years filled with multiple peripherals, numerous updates, and hundreds of games, the PlayStation 5 has cemented itself as the most popular home console, with nearly double the units sold as the Xbox Series X and S. It may look a little bit different thanks to the 2023 Slim model revision, but today's PS5 isn't radically different from what came out 3 years ago. It's still a weird-looking workhorse of a machine with a best-in-class controller, and it can more than hold its own when playing the most demanding games available today. For the most part, you can put aside speed comparisons with the Xbox Series X. If the past few years of in-depth performance reviews of cross-platform games has taught us anything, it's that both consoles are up to the task of running current games. The PS5 has an AMD Zen 2 CPU, an RDNA 2 GPU, 16GB of GDDR6 RAM, Wi-Fi 6, and gigabit Ethernet, which keeps it competitive with Xbox's slightly higher specs. And if your TV can handle it, it supports variable refresh rate to combat screen tearing, and some games offer the ability to run at 120 frames per second at the cost of resolution or graphics features like ray tracing. It's even got 1440p support if you want to plug into a gaming monitor. The newest model of PS5, officially called the PS5 Slim, packs all those same features into a more compact, slimmer design that's a lot nicer on the eyes than the bulky launch version. As a nice bonus, you get a slightly larger 1TB storage capacity for 848GB of usable space, 181GB more than the launch version. That right there addresses 2 of our criticisms from the original version. It was huge, and didn't have as much storage as the Xbox Series X. On that note, one of this generation's most important upgrades is the switch from traditional hard drives to solid-state storage drives, or SSDs. That dramatically improves loading times across the board and enables games to load in new objects on the fly so you don't get pop-in when, for example, swinging through New York in Spider-Man 2. The PS5's SSD can read 5.5 gigs in just 1 second, which is, on paper, twice as fast as the Series X. In practical terms, that speed means you can fast travel to nearly any point on the map in less than 6 seconds. After generations of reading tooltips and staring at splash screens, it's pretty unreal how quickly some games load. Bear in mind though, that a single Call of Duty game is 150 gigs these days, so you may still want to invest in extra storage. To do that, you can easily pop off the side panels to install an M.2 SSD drive right off the shelf, which currently range from an affordable 250 gigs to 4TB monsters that can cost as much as a PS5 on its own. That gives the PS5 more flexibility than the Xbox Series X and its proprietary expansion cards. The PS5 Slim is sold as either a digital-only or disc model for $449.99 and $499.99 respectively. But if you feel remorse after giving up your physical media, you can buy a drive separately for $80 and snap it on yourself. Heads up, you do have to be connected to the internet to activate the drive on a new console.
Does it frighten you?
Our previous reviewer, Luke Riley, described the original PS5 as far and away the most flamboyant looking console he's ever owned. While the Slim version is about 30% smaller, it still fits that description. It's a weirdly misshapen, eye-catching thing, and if you want to lay it horizontally, you need to attach a set of little legs between the slots on the disk drive side. They click in quickly and give it a reasonable amount of sturdiness. If you are more of the vertical persuasion, it's downright sturdy in that orientation as long as you have the disk drive. It's just a shame that the vertical stand isn't packed in and has to be purchased separately for $30. To accommodate that swappable disk drive, there are now 2 faceplates on each side instead of the singular panel per side on the original. I thought I wouldn't like combining the glossy top panels with the standard matte finishes on the bottom panels, but it's grown on me. Granted, it's still very new, but every time I see the light reflecting off of it, I feel like it's the first day I took it out of the box. And the combined gloss of the top plates and the central part of the PS5 gives it a pleasant luster. The panels are all pretty simple to remove, which is excellent for regular console cleaning, but also makes me look forward to customizing its look with the multicolored plates Sony says it'll sell at some point in the future. On the front, you'll find 1 high-speed USB Type-C port, 1 super-speed 10GB per second Type-C port, and the power button. If you have a disk drive, the eject button is actually next to the slot instead of next to the power button. Sony's finally learned. On the back, There are 2 super speed USB Type-A ports, the HDMI 2.1 port, and the Ethernet port. That's plenty for charging controllers, plugging in external storage, and hooking up a PSVR2. But sorry, audiophiles, there's still no optical audio out.
No, alright. I know that sounds bad.
Apart from the big graphical power jump and short load times, the biggest difference between this generation of PlayStation and the last is the part you hold in your hands. You can check out our full review of the amazing DualSense controller for a more in-depth dive into its features and battery life, but looking at it at the end of 2023, the extent of its wonders varies depending on what game you're playing and the lengths the developers went to in designing around it. The 3-year-old Astro's Playroom remains one of the best showcases for everything the DualSense can do, and though Insomniac's Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart and Housemarque's Returnal are other great examples, many others still neglect or overuse the haptic feedback, sometimes making pulling the trigger a chore to the point where I've just had to turn it off altogether. But even then, it's still a nice option to have that you don't get anywhere else. It's also worth mentioning that I did suffer some very slight drift on my launch controller, but that didn't happen for a little over a year, and I've seen no issues with the replacements. This is a far cry from what I dealt with during the PS4 era, where I probably saw drift after about 8 months with each controller. When you fire it up after the simple setup process, the PS5's interface doesn't feel wildly removed from its roots on the PS4, but it's definitely different and significantly more elegant in a number of ways. Selecting a game immediately takes over the main menu background and music with dramatic effect. A single tap of the PlayStation button in the center of the controller will bring up what Sony calls the Control Center, which is a little like a taskbar on a Windows PC and lets you quickly switch between your active and recent games and apps like Netflix and Spotify. It's a big improvement over the PS4. Back then, checking things like current downloads and what friends of yours are online required a bunch of shuffling back and forth, up and down, left and right through menu icons. The PS5's Control Center places all that info at our fingertips. You can also organize your library into game lists, which are basically folders, but heads up, the PS5 doesn't really have a web browser.
What's your question?
My question is, what the hell?
For those who live for the thrill of the trophy hunt, the objects of your desire are easily accessible to view from each game's individual splash page on the dashboard. But trophy info can also be included in the activity card view. And as a bonus, you can pin up to 5 trophies to the side of your screen to keep track of your progress as you play. There's other interesting stuff sprinkled throughout the PS5's UI too. When hovering over a game, there's an hour counter that will let you know approximately how long you've sunk into it. I say approximately because it usually doesn't match up with the hour clocks attached to the save files in my games, so it's possible it's only counting active time and not some of the extended periods I have the game paused. You can go into the global settings menu to automatically configure difficulties, subtitle preferences, and even invert the y-axis by default, like the Xbox 360 used to do. Take note, Microsoft. That brings us to Remote Play. You don't need to invest in Sony's flashy new PlayStation Portal to play away from your couch. Any phone, tablet, or PC can stream your games directly from your personal PlayStation 5 over a local network connection, or even anywhere you have decent internet access. Sony's game streaming tech also enables features like watching a friend play a game, picture-in-picture while you chat with them, and play something else entirely, or use SharePlay to let them try playing your game over the internet. If you're upgrading from PlayStation 4, you can rest assured that all your old games will make the jump with you, though the process isn't quite as smooth as it is on Xbox because there's both a PS4 and PS5 version of everything. Although this doesn't apply to PSVR, you can plug your original PSVR into the PS5 and it'll work, but without any upgrades, and your PSVR library won't transfer to the PSVR2. Like the other platforms, Sony has its PlayStation Plus subscription, which is required for online play in most games, but also nets you a handful of games each month that are yours to play, as long as you maintain your subscription. PlayStation Plus starts at $9.99 monthly, $79.99 yearly, and goes up to $17.99 monthly, $159.99 yearly for the highest tier, which gets you access to game trials, cloud streaming for games on the service, and access to download classic games from the PS1 and PS2. As someone who has multiple years subbed to the highest tier, it's an okay foundation, but it's missing the killer library of the Xbox Game Pass and its commitment to bringing first-party games to the service on day one. As it stands in 2023, the PlayStation 5 more than holds its own. While Xbox Series X can rightfully claim to be the most powerful console out there, features like blistering quick loading times for native PS5 games and a well-considered UI continue to make Sony's console a pleasure to use. The new Slim model takes less space in your entertainment console while offering internal storage on par with the Xbox Series X, and it's easily upgradable too. The DualSense controller continues to deliver phenomenal experiences when games are designed around it, and peripherals like the PSVR2 2 and PS Portal, while optional, offer additional ways to take advantage of the power of the PS5. While you do have to keep in mind that there's an extra $80 annual expense for PlayStation Plus if you intend to play multiplayer games that aren't free to play, the service does come with a number of other benefits, though its access to free games is limited compared to Xbox Game Pass's expansive library. Either way, the first 3 years of PlayStation 5 have been filled with excellent first-party games like God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, and Returnal, all of which have showcased the power of Sony's new-gen console, giving us a taste of what to expect as we enter the second half of the PS5's life cycle. For more on the PS5, check out our reviews of the PlayStation Portal and the DualSense Edge. And for everything else, keep it locked to IGN.
The PS5 has had a strong start to 2024.
Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy.
But Sony's plans for the rest of the year are shrouded in secrecy.
Don't ask me.
This is IGN's Summer of Gaming. The PlayStation pre-show starts right now.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 2024 PlayStation Summer State of Play pre-show, all part of IGN's Summer of Gaming. Now in just a few minutes, we're getting a brand new State of Play from PlayStation promising new looks at 14 PS5 and PSVR2 games, and hopefully it's jam-packed with new game announcements and surprises. Now, I'm your host, and joining me here we have Jada, we have Nick, we got Damon. How y'all doing?
Hey, great, so good.
Y'all ready for this?
So ready.
Yes, beyond. But before, I had to say it, you already know that, Jada. Before we actually get started today, if you love big live shows which are full of surprises, well, you're gonna love IGN Live. And it's a 3-day event happening in Los Angeles on June 7th through the 9th. And we've routed a few cages and secured a limited number of free tickets for our fans for IGN Live. All you gotta do is just go on over to ign.com/live and enter code BEYOND to redeem a free single-day ticket and come watch a live taping of your favorite IGN podcasts like this one. I know this is probably your favorite. Anyways, there's so much fun stuff to do at IGN Live. We got tons of demos, brand new games, celebrity panels, screenings, a bunch of giveaways, but what's most important is that you can meet us, possibly beat us, Jada specifically, at some games. That's right. Go to ign.com/live where you can use the promo code BEYOND for free tickets. And we can't wait to see you there so you can beat Jada at some games.
It's not happening.
It's going to be very easy.
I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
Jada's probably the best gamer we have at IGN.
I mean, that is true.
It depends on the genre. I don't want everybody to like over exaggerate my skills. I am very good. But we have a lot.
I'm glad you know that.
I
don't want to toot my own horn here, but I'm pretty good at games.
I'm going to be humble.
That's right. Well, we'll see what happens at IGN Live. Join us. Now, there are a couple of big games that will make probably going to make some appearances here, and one of them is Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Yes, that's the official name of the game. The GOAT Kojima gave it that title. Now, this game is coming exclusively to PS5 in 2025. I'm kind of curious, Nick, do you think this will make an appearance today?
Look, I want to be optimistic. I'm a Social Strand gamer. I love me some Social Strand games, but if we get anything from Death Stranding 2 on the beach, I think it's going to be a tiny little morsel, a little taste.
Yeah, a little grain.
Just a little sampler with a extended tease promoting, I would assume, Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest, where I would assume we'd get a better look at the game. Now that said, as far as what I'd like to see from Death Stranding 2 on the beach, just to get a little bit of lore, a little lore nerdy for you, the original Death Stranding opens on a line from Kobo Abe's novel, The Rope. And it's all about the rope and the stick, bringing people in or keeping them away. And Kojima has talked about extensively, Death Stranding 1 is about bringing people in, making connections, building relationships. Now, the central thesis to Death Stranding 2, he said, is the stick, keeping people away. And so that means weapons. I want to see extended combat gameplay for Death Stranding 2 because we got a little bit of it in Death Stranding 1, but you kind of get punished for killing people in that game. So I'm curious to see what happens in Death Stranding 2 and how he can incentivize a more, for lack of a better way of putting it, violent gameplay without it feeling like a detriment to the player.
Yeah. Now, Damon, I know we talked about this off air. The likelihood of this possibly being shown today, what do we think? Do we think it's high?
I think it's pretty low
Yeah?
myself. We did get an extended look at it in January at the State of Play at the time. Like Nick said, Kojima and Jeff Keighley are best buds.
Yeah,
He's got
tight.
his event next week,
Yeah.
so I think that's probably a little bit more likely. And then in terms of Fizzant, codename Fizzant, the next game he's got after that, I also want to say I think it's a little bit unlikely that we'll get any sort of updates on that.
I just want anything, another morsel, a screenshot.
You're just gonna have to wait.
I hope you're right though, Nick. The original Death Stranding, I know it's got its audience, like you. It didn't quite click for me. It was a little bit too slow paced for me. So if it's a little bit more combat focused on the second one, on the beach, that actually sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. Well, Damon, yeah, you love beaches.
I do that. I live at the beach. Life's a beach. That's what I say.
Jade, are you excited for this?
I'm like Damon. It didn't really catch me the first one. I played a good chunk of it, but it felt like a slog every time, and I was like, it was more of like having to make myself want to play the game more than I wanted to play the game. So I'm hoping that they make some improvements and changes that will accommodate those who, like me, who didn't enjoy it on the first go around, so that I will get into it. Because I do like the story and everything that they're working with in Death Stranding. I just want to see more of that story too.
Yeah, honestly, I think me and Nick we're just huge Kojima. We're stans, I would say. Like,
hey, look, I can be a fanboy, right? That's fine.
Yes,
that's okay.
I have a Kojima T-shirt that's in the mail right now. Only 100 were made, so it's on its way from Australia. Anyways, next up, let's move right along and not dwell too much on that. Spider-Man 2 was one of the biggest games of 2024, and spoilers, you could play as a certain symbiote who shall not be named. Actually, here's a hint. He's big, he's black, and PlayStation once offered the public 19 inches and more of it in the form of a statue. Keep your minds out of the gutter. We're talking about Venom, baby. Now, the rumors state that Venom may return in Spider-Man 2's DLC, which hasn't even officially been announced yet. Are we thinking that we're gonna see 19 seconds or more of Spider-Man DLC today? Jada, what do you think?
I hope we get more than 19 seconds. I think they have a really cool opportunity with Spider-Man 2's DLC to just put us in the role of all the villains.
Yeah.
There was, obviously we had Venom, which was a villain and kind of also, a helpful friend at some times. Anti-hero at times.
Yeah.
But there's also a bunch of other characters that they kind of hinted at that are ripe for stories that I would love to play as those characters. And I don't want to spoil for those who haven't gotten to it, but go play the game because, you need to see these characters.
Yeah, I mean, just to piggyback off of that a little bit, one thing that I wasn't certain about when I finished Spider-Man 2 is there's a lot of teases for potential villains that are like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. Yeah. And when I played the game, it was very much like, oh yeah, this is going to be in Spider-Man 3, not even thinking about DLC. I don't know if relegating them to DLC would be satisfying enough because that feels like an afterthought to me. But that said, I do think Insomniac Games has a track record of putting together some pretty compelling content. But that said, Spider-Man 1, I think the only DLC that I thought was like meaningful was the Black Cat one. That was like a series of Black Cat missions that really tied into the staging of events for Spider-Man 2. So I'm hoping that the DLC, whatever it looks like, feels a lot more substantial and feels more meaningful to the overall gameplay experience.
Yeah. Damon, do you think we're going to see some Spider-Man 2 DLC, or do you think Insomniac's going to be sleeping?
I hope not. I think it's time they reveal what the DLC is going to be. It's been 8 months since the game was out. We know it's a big hit, sold 11 million copies as of April. I just don't know. Sony has said they don't have any big releases this year in their major franchises. So a smaller DLC release for Spider-Man 2 in the fall would be cool and make a lot of sense. I just don't know. You mentioned it involving Venom. I don't really see how that would work in the game. Venom has an arc, a very nice little arc that sort of they close the book on that at the end. I don't really see him coming back there.
Yeah, I mean, well, come on. We're talking about Marvel though. There's multiverses.
The kings of what if.
Sure.
Yeah. There could be a multiverse where he does make an appearance. I mean, honestly, it took me 2 days to beat this game, and I wanted more. I pretty much I locked all my doors and shut the blinds, and I didn't go anywhere for 2 days. I had to beat the game. I was craving more.
You were craving more.
Okay, I see what y'all did. Y'all caught on.
You set us up.
Yes, I did. All right, well, let's move along. Let's talk about some Kingdom Hearts here. Now, Kingdom Hearts 4 was officially announced in April 2022. That's over 3 years ago. Now, obviously, Square Enix has been busy cooking up half a dozen different Final Fantasy games, but none of them let you hit a bad guy in the face with a huge key while Winnie the Pooh is screaming, "Don't bother," and Goofy is like yelling, "Please be careful, Sora, you're gonna die." Now, do we think we're finally getting some Kingdom Hearts 4 news today, Jada?
The audience has been very hungry for Kingdom Hearts. There's been so much like hype going around it just going to Steam now. Yeah. Like it felt like the second coming of Kingdom Hearts with their finally getting on Steam. And so like, I think it's a good moment to like capitalize on that momentum that the fans have for it. So if we got to see it, there'd be a lot of happy campers out there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I could see it going either way because Square Enix is kind of in some rocky waters recently. They've put all their eggs in one basket with some big exclusives on the PS5 that didn't pan out the way they wanted, and they announced they're rebooting the company, focusing much more on multi-platform releases. So I don't know. You know, showing Kingdom Hearts 4 could be a big like jolt of enthusiasm from the fan base for them, but maybe they're just like not in the right mindset to show that. To show it off right now.
Yeah. Nick, like, do you think we might see some Kingdom Hearts today, or?
As much as I would love to, I'm a giant Kingdom Hearts fan, but I'm not feeling it today. I'm not vibing with the energy that Square is sending out lately, and I'm not sure that we're going to see any Kingdom Hearts 4. I think that there's a lot that Square needs to figure out in terms of presentation and what lies ahead for this new trilogy of games. I believe they've said this will kick off a new trilogy of Kingdom Hearts games with the Shadow Trilogy or whatever they're calling it for the first 3 games long behind them. So I don't think we're going to see anything, but if we do, I would love to see them kind of confirm everything that is on everyone's mind of how they are leveraging the new Disney IPs into the Kingdom Hearts franchise, which feels like a very strange thing to say out loud, but like Star Wars, Marvel, it's got to happen. We got a morsel of it with, Big Hero 6 in Kingdom Hearts 3. So I would assume we're going to see a lot more superheroes and space battles in Kingdom Hearts 4. And honestly, maybe this is Kojima. This is
You can't stop thinking about that.
I can't stop thinking about Kojima, but I also can't stop thinking about Tetsuya Nomura. And I think that this is potentially Nomura's chance to kind of realize his vision for what was Final Fantasy Versus 13 before it was taken from him. And it seems like he is using Kingdom Hearts as his creative outlet, and I say, let the man cook.
The names of Kingdom Hearts games are just about as convoluted as Kojima names.
Yes.
That is true. Now, so Nick, you're not really feeling it for Kingdom Hearts today, but I'm kind of curious, do you think we'll see anything from Square Enix today then? If not Kingdom Hearts, what?
I don't think we'll see, if we see anything from Square Enix today, I don't think it's going to be part 3 of the remake of Final Fantasy VII, nor do I think it's going to be Kingdom Hearts. If I had to put money on it, I'm going to say the rumored, potentially, I don't think it was leaked, but the rumored Final Fantasy IX remake. The one that it seems like a lot of people are excited for a Final Fantasy IX remake, and I think that this would be the avenue for it to potentially be announced, but I'm not. Yeah, if I had to bet, that's where I'd put that bet.
So Final Fantasy IX, that's the one where everyone's like kind of chibified, correct?
Yeah, the chibi one with Zidane.
Yes, it was announced, I believe, sometime last year that they were working on an anime for it.
They are working on an anime, and they've already put out a remaster for the game. But yeah, there's been some rumors going around that there is indeed a full-on remake for Final Fantasy IX.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I see any Final Fantasy IX, if I see a remake of that, that will honestly blow my mind. I'm not feeling that though. I'm really feeling, I'm feeling kind of goofy today.
You're hoping for Kingdom Hearts.
I'm hoping for Kingdom Hearts, yes. If not Kingdom Hearts, then what else could they possibly show us? I really want, and like you were saying, like I want to see, now that we have all these different IPs that are underneath this umbrella of Disney, I honestly want to see, what the world of Marvel will look like within Kingdom Hearts, with Goofy teaming up with Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Hulk. I don't know about that.
They're both green. Goofy's got green clothes on in Kingdom Hearts. He's got green clothes in Kingdom Hearts. I played all the games. Come on.
Goofy is green.
He's got green clothes. You know what I mean.
I don't know what animation you've been watching, but I didn't know that Goofy was green.
He's got a green jacket or something, some stylish undercoat. You know.
When was the last time you played Kingdom Hearts?
It has been a minute, but now I can replay it on Steam.
There you go.
Unbelievable.
Soon.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, you know what? We're getting down down to the wire here, and Sony's State of Play is kicking off in a matter of minutes. Now, we're going to be running down some more games that could...
IGN Summer...
We'll return right after this.
This June, IGN Summer of Gaming. This June, IGN Summer of Gaming.
We are live. Welcome back to IGN Live.
Is back.
Let's do it.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
This June, IGN is hosting a huge in-person event, and we want you there with us. IGN Live brings the coolest things in games and entertainment to you, the fans. And it's jam-packed with awesome, like the cast and director of the upcoming Borderlands movie, the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov, Xbox's Phil Spencer, great games from PM Studios, new stuff from High on Life, Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F.
I'm gonna be fine. They love me at Beverly Hills.
Plus, tons of giveaways and prizes, exclusive merch, playable game demos, celebrity interviews, live speedruns, your favorite IGN podcast in person.
I like that he's fired up.
And so much more. It all goes down June 7th through 9th at the Magic Box in downtown LA. Tickets are available now.
What's up, everybody? I will be hosting at IGN Live with all my pals over at IGN. We'll have first looks at brand new games, casts on hand for shows and movies like Borderlands. There'll be live tapings of IGN podcasts, meet and greets with fans, a DJ, and tons of giveaways. By now you're like, okay, Sid, yes, I'm in. Which good, because IGN also gave me some free tickets. All you have to do is use my code ROLLTHETHING, that's all one word, over at ign.com/live. See you there.
Well, hello and welcome back. Now, if you're here for Sony's big summer state of play, you're just in time. It's starting in just a few minutes, which gives us just enough time to run down a few more games that could make an appearance. Now, y'all might remember a bunch of games were announced or shown off during Sony's summer presentation last year, and for a few of them, we haven't heard anything since, like Judas. Now, that's the upcoming first-person shooter from Ghost Story Games, Ken Levine's first game since BioShock Infinite Burial at the Sea. And that's expected sometime in March 2025. Damon, when you first saw this game, what did you think?
BioShock.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I mean, so yeah, Ken Levine left Irrational, right?
Yeah.
And to form this new studio after BioShock Infinite, which is 11 years ago now. And he was going to make smaller in scope games, but now all this time has passed, and he's back with a game that looks just like BioShock, which is fine. Not complaining at all. I love BioShock. It'll just be interesting to see how this turns out, especially considering that Take-Two also has, or 2K also has another BioShock that they're working on. So
let them fight.
We had a big preview of this in March of this year, I believe. So it might be
like 3 hours of it.
Yeah, it might be too soon for another look at Judas.
Mm-hmm. But Nick, what was your take on this when you first saw it?
Hey, look, I like BioShock. If Ken Levine's working on it, I'm going to check it out. I haven't had a chance to really dig into anything that's been shown since the initial trailer. I'm hoping it's a little more immersive simmy as opposed to what we got with BioShock, which kind of almost like skirts the edges of immersive sim, a la something like Prey or Dishonored. But I love the idea of them building out this handcrafted, meticulous world with its own history, and the thing that just draws me to an immersive sim, and that is, you've already done 90% of the work. Just let me play around in that that world a little bit more. But apart from that, all the abilities, powers, and the tech just seems fun. I like the blend of like the World War II M1 Garand with, you know, spells and things like that. So yeah, it seems like a fun blend of genres, and I'm into anything that's like high concept sci-fi. And I suspect there will probably be some betrayal along the way.
There's gotta be, right? Yes. I mean, with a name like that, Judas, Jada.
Wait, what? Was that a?
You never know. You never know.
You Jada?
Just maybe. You never know. Hey,
Judas, Jada. I'm sorry.
It's there. It's there.
But Jada, what's your take on Judas?
If I could go back and replay one game with no memory of it, it would be the first BioShock. And it's just there's so many strong elements to that game that I wish I could experience it again for the first time. If you out there haven't played it for some strange reason, go play it. But yeah, I loved everything about the original BioShock. This one, like Damon says, one-word answer. It's BioShock. It looks
100%.
great. I can't wait to dig more into this one. I really enjoyed a lot of the kind of nuances and stuff that Ryan got into with his previews of this one on site. But I want more.
Same. Like, I mean, it's a beautiful looking game. Like, I mean, when I first saw the trailer, like I was just lured. I was lured into this world. I don't know if it's because of BioShock, but I'm subconsciously thinking it definitely is because of BioShock. Let's move on to the next game that was shown, which was Phantom Blade Zero. This is from Chinese studio S Game. It's an action RPG blending Chinese martial arts and steampunk. Two things that I enjoy separately that I've never seen together, and I'm all for it. That's expected sometime in 2024. Nick, what was your take on this when you first saw this?
Honestly, this is one of the games that I'm pretty much I think it is a known quantity in that it's been announced, but it's the game I'm most excited for because this looks like a reason to own a PlayStation 5. The second we saw that original trailer, it is one of those things that you will bring people into the room and say, would you look at how good this looks? This looks incredible. Now, my concern is that the gameplay doesn't look as good as what we've seen in the trailer. But based on a lot of stuff that I've worked on myself, it seems pretty promising. Like we've done a couple videos with S Game in particular, and the way they've just talked about the game's inspiration being like PlayStation 1, like inventive PS1 era games, that has me so excited because it looks like they are willing to get weird with Phantom Blade Zero in a way that is, your prestige third-person action game, but it looks like there's a lot more to it. And I really like the setting, as you said, the like kung fu,
martial arts, steampunk.
They've also thrown out the word wushu punk, which is a very or wuxia punk, which is a very they've got a focus and a vision that they are looking to fulfill. And honestly, I'm hyped. It looks great.
Has this been announced as a PS5 exclusive, console exclusive release?
Console exclusive.
I think to piggyback off what you said, Nick, the thing I love most about it is how weird this game is. I think games are at their best when they're allowed to be as weird as possible. And like not being weird just for weird's sake, but like really figuring out that corner of how weird they want to be and then just really owning it and diving
leaning into it.
There's a vision there.
Yes,
and they're going to like fully commit to that vision.
Yep.
Yeah, now, Damon, I don't know if you're on the same page as me, but I want to ask you this question. Looking at this, does it remind you of any other game that might have come out like in the last few months, perhaps?
Are we talking about something like a Rise of the Ronin or a Stellar Blade or something like that?
Well, maybe not Stellar Blade, but Rise of the Ronin, I would say. Even last year, what was it? What game came out? It was a samurai inspired, or not inspired, but it was in that particular genre.
It was published by EA. Something Hearts, not Atomic Heart.
Oh, are you talking about Wild Hearts?
Wild Hearts
with the giant beasts. That was like kind of more Monster Hunter like.
Yes.
Yeah, Wild Hearts.
I'm getting this game kind of reminds me of a lot of other games that have already come out.
Black Myth Wukong.
Black Myth
also. Wukong for sure. So I mean, it's within good company for sure. Now this next game I really want to talk about. I'm excited for this one. This next game. I think the power level for it is over 9,000. Of course, I'm talking about Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. That's the fourth entry in the PS2 era Budokai series, which was called Sparking in Japan. Little known fact to us Americans here. Now, last entry was Tenkaichi Tag Team back in 2010, and with the Super Series introducing quite a lot of new characters. Should be interesting to see what they'll look like in their sparking form. And honestly, I'm hoping that it'll win over a lot of the Dragon Ball Fighter Z fan base, because this is obviously vastly different from its 2D counterpart. Nick, do you think we might see anything from this?
I don't think we're going to see anything from it from PlayStation, simply because they did have a presentation for Sparking Zero earlier today where they announced a ton of characters that are getting added. Like, I think we would have to fact check this, but this might be one of the biggest rosters in a fighting game I think I've ever seen. And it's not just because there's 14 different versions of Goku and Vegeta, but like it is truly staggering to look at the character select screen and you're like, there's that many characters in Dragon Ball I didn't even realize. I don't think we're going to see anything, but I'm still excited nonetheless, because, again, it is as visually striking as Dragon Ball FighterZ Z was. Yeah. So I'm in.
This is one of those franchises that every time they release a new game, I'm not a big graphics person, but I'm more like art style, art direction. Art direction, thank you. And it seems like every time we get a new Dragon Ball game, it looks so much better. It's like, this looks like I'm watching the anime.
Yes.
Like every single time, and it looks better and closer every time. I'm like, how are they constantly pushing that bar?
Yeah.
And it's just amazing.
They managed to do it, and what's brilliant about this one is the fact that it kind of, if you've seen Dragon Ball Super Hero, which was done in that 3D animated style, cell shading style, it kind of looks like that. I didn't see that presentation, Nick, but did they show off Orange Piccolo?
I don't believe so, no.
I don't think Orange Piccolo is going to make an appearance in this game, but I'm hoping
we just saw a little taste. There he is, an unbreakable bond.
Piccolo will be in the game, but Orange Piccolo is huge.
You just want that Orange Piccolo.
I want him. I want to play as Shinron.
Dude, that'd be nuts.
Shinron?
Yes.
That'd be nuts.
I want to hit people with Dragon Balls. You know, but anyways, hopefully we'll see some more. I mean, I'm hoping that we see something today, but you might be right. We might not, Nick, because of that presentation. Also, we did see last year Fair Games, which is from Haven Studios, founded by Jade Raymond, formerly of Ubisoft, working on titles like Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed, and this kind of looks similar to some of those games. Like, this is a competitive heist PvP experience for PS5 and PC, which was revealed last year. There's no release date just yet.
That's a tough field to get into, because like we saw Hyenas come and go, a game that was canceled.
That was the game I was trying to think of.
A game as a service from EA, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but yeah, it was basically the same pitch right there, but kind of came and went. I don't even know if it made it out of alpha or beta. I do know people have played it, but it was canceled pretty quick. Also, they're competing with the finals right now, which is a very similar competitive game as a service.
And it's already also started to see a dip in its player base.
And I think like in the year 2024, it's never been harder to release a multiplayer game, let alone a game as a service multiplayer game that is going to keep people invested. Because honestly, I just don't know that you can make a multiplayer game anymore unless your name is Call of Duty or Fortnite.
Well, and that's why I think we're much more likely to see Concord. Because that's Sony's new PvP first-person shooter that they said is coming this year. So now is probably the time to actually show what this game is.
Absolutely, yeah. That's from Firewalk Studios. All we know is it's a space game.
Yeah. Well, and it's a first-person shooter, and has a really nicely rendered cheeseburger.
Yes, yes.
I'm having a hard time placing Concord, but cheeseburger, I'll keep an eye out for.
Well, that game looks awesome. Before we talk about that, well, we already talked about that. There's so much that was revealed last year. I also want to talk about Until Dawn, the remake. Now this is it's a PC and PS5 overhaul of Supermassive's 2015 PS4 exclusive. Now it'll feature a new third-person perspective for more immersion, is what they said in a recent interview. It's got enhanced and new locations. Also, the Until Dawn movie was announced, so this possibly is going to be released around that time as well. Now, do we think this remake will redefine the genre even more? Because it kind of, at the time, the whole branched story narrative type game, it kind of defined that. Do we think this is going to redefine?
I think it kicked off a new wave of those with the Man of Medan series, the Quarry. There's a bunch of other ones, but I think this one kind of stood out. Just because it was first. I don't think it's going to have the same effect just because it's a remake and a lot of people have already played it. I think it's smart since they're doing a movie, right?
Yeah.
They said.
Synergy.
Yeah, so getting the synergy out of it, I think it makes sense. But yeah.
Would this be the first remake of a game that features the likeness of well-known celebrities? And I wonder how they would handle that.
Potentially, yeah. Rami Malek, you got Hayden Panettiere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. We got to investigate
They
that.
could call them in for just new face scans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or they could recast them.
I don't think you can.
I mean, they
That's
did.
not how
They did
remakes
some
work, right?
They've done similar stuff with Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Face
that's
off.
right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we also got Lego Horizon. We're running short on time, which is good. It's exciting because we're, but we also have Lego Horizon, which was announced.
That's
nuts. The whole Lego tall neck set was released in 2022. Sword of the Sea. There were quite a few.
Don't we also have a multiplayer game for Horizon in the works? Am I crazy?
It's in development, yeah.
And then they're also doing a remake of the original Horizon Zero Dawn.
There's a
which
lot
is
of
nuts.
Horizon stuff. I mean, it's sold so many copies of that. It's not surprising that Sony wants to capitalize on it while it's hot. I will say that the big one that chat wants to see, and it's a big one for our Beyond cast, Bloodborne. We want to see that Bloodborne, baby. Give us that Bloodborne.
It's all about Bloodborne.
Every time you say the word out loud, you delay it another 5 years.
Probably,
you can't do that.
Really?
I thought we had an agreement.
Is that how it works with Bloodborne?
I don't know. It feels like it.
I think it's just not enough people at home have their summoning circles set up. Like,
We gotta ring that bell. Bring in some PvP people up in here.
Yeah. But as we get down to the wire, I'm gonna do round table. What are we most looking forward to seeing, Damon?
Oh, I get to go before Nick. It's Ghost of Tsushima 2.
Ah, darn it!
Yeah, it's been 4 years.
Still his answer.
It's been 4 years since Ghost of Tsushima. God, even if it's just a tease, just to let us know that it's coming soon. That's what I want most of all.
Yeah. What about you, Nick?
If I can't choose Ghost, I'm gonna say A Last of Us Part 3 tease. I think it's time.
I mean, also 4 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm going Monster Hunter Wilds, baby. I love me some Monster Hunter, and we got a sneak of it towards the end of last year. I need to see more.
Yeah. Speaking of monsters, I'm all about Silent Hill 2. I want to see some Silent Hill 2. We're actually getting an ignition
transmission.
We're getting a catalytic converter we're getting the Silent Hill transmission. I believe it's going to be after the state of play, right?
That's
after
correct.
State of play.
Yep,
so hopefully we'll, if we're not going to see anything from Silent Hill 2 during this state of play, possibly we might see it during the transmission. So as you can see, the timer is set right there. We've got 22 seconds till the state of play kicks off, which is super duper exciting. But I'm going to toss things over right now. I want y'all to be sure to stick around though after our live post show, where we will break down everything that gets shown off, and we'll see you then.
Hi everyone, I'm Asad Kizilbash, Head of Product at PlayStation Studios and Head of PlayStation Productions. I'm here to welcome one of the newest members of the PlayStation Studios family, Firewalk. This team brings together some of the most talented developers in our industry, with an incredible pedigree in the online multiplayer space. We announced their first game, Concord, last year, and today they're revealing gameplay captured in-engine on PS5. But first, here's an extended vignette introducing some of the cool characters you'll find in the Concord Galaxy. Enjoy.
It was a spontaneous, creative decision made after years
of careful research.
Being really old and almost dying a bunch doesn't count as research.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
How much longer for the upload?
A few more minutes. Hey, start time. Try it with hot sauce. You'll like it. Trust me.
No. Do not trust him.
Whoa. Where's this coming from?
It's coming from you back on the ship saying, trust me, we're professionals. We'll stick to the plan. We can do this. And then that.
Pursuing free gunner suspects now on the run, causing downtime.
That was not the plan.
Technically, it was a plan. It just wasn't the same plan that we started with.
If we don't leave with this blue light...
Amar, we will. We will.
I'll be waiting outside.
No one moves. We'll be taking this off your hands.
What? This?
Funny.
Slow them down a little for you. Meet at the rendezvous point.
Wait, what? Where's the rendezvous? I didn't catch that.
Copy that, Bill.
Shield out!
Well played. You are wounded.
Fine. They only got one of my legs.
How are those hands? How bad is it? You're still mad at me?
Lennox!
Got him.
One off. This is you.
Got it!
I am developing a taste for destruction. Goodbye.
This would be a very dishonorable way for us all to die.
Don't worry. Nobody's dying dishonorably. And also, we're bringing this back with us. Hey, Mark. What are you doing?
Getting us to the rendezvous point.
Perhaps we should have let go also.
One off. Do not dare.
Well, we were supposed to stick together.
If you let go, I swear I will be.
Oh, look, there they are.
Hi. What the? I am glad you avoided a dishonorable death.
Almost dying is the best way to learn how not to die. Or something.
I knew this was gonna work.
This wasn't the plan.
No, it just wasn't the one we started with. All right, another satisfied customer. Goods delivered. I sent everyone their cut.
Ooh, yeah.
So do you, like, carry it around with you for emergency bland situations or whatever?
Hey, Mara. Don't joke about something like this.
Our next job is somewhere with less
We'll
scaffolding.
have no scaffolding. Zero scaffolding, I promise. We were apart for so long, I thought I'd never feel your fiery embrace again.
You sound ridiculous.
Concord is a 5v5 first-person shooter set in the vibrant sci-fi universe of the Concord galaxy.
In Concord, from the moment you log on, you are part of the crew of the North Star, a group of guns for hire known in our galaxy as free gunners. Free gunners are those lucky enough to be free to roam the stars. They take high-stake jobs on worlds across wild space, where they face other fiercely competitive free gunner crews. Here's the very first look at the gameplay of Concord.
Free gunning. It's hard work, but it's our work, and we don't take it for granted. Being a free gunner means, well, you're free.
Right on target. Yeah, you better run.
Free gunners have a shot at making something of themselves, a chance to be someone.
All right. Need a second to fix myself up.
Why not?
And in the wilds, it's anyone's game. You won't survive on your own.
Target blinded.
Finally, to battle. Endless rage!
We risk our lives every day to do the job.
I'll clear the way. Time to show them the big guns. That's me.
This crew will go anywhere. Take any job. Face any enemy. We're the Free Gunner crew of the North Star. And together, we're going to make our mark on this galaxy.
The crew is gathering. Would you like to join us for game night?
With Concord, we leaned on the strengths and background of our team to make a tight, well-balanced FPS that feels great to play. We focused a ton of our attention and our tech on building a strong gameplay foundation of tight core movement, precise visceral shooting, and expressive abilities.
We ended up finding ourselves influenced a lot by fighting games and even strategy games in the interesting way that the asymmetry of their characters makes every fight, every matchup feel really different.
Leaning into the asymmetry of the characters, really pushing the possibility space of two different characters colliding. It's all about creating opportunities for improvisation. That's where we can get out of the way and let players find their own magic. We also have abilities that are meant to have impact beyond direct combat. Deployable gear that can persist throughout a full game, so whether that's multiple rounds of a mode or multiple respawns across a match. There are healing pads, bullet blocking domes, explosive traps, lane blocking walls, all kinds of ways to support your team or disrupt your enemies. Coordinated teams can set up and plan ahead, and depending on where and when it happens, players can shift the battlefield to their advantage.
We've got everything from mystics and medics to gunslingers and sparked robots. Every character brings their own unique personality, skills, and wide-ranging perspectives to the crew. Every week, when you log into Concord, you will be welcomed with a new cinematic vignette that will give you a chance to see our characters off the job. They will feature ongoing narrative arcs that grow the characters' stories and relationships and unpack the broader Concord galaxy.
Why are you kissing a tchotchke?
We're excited to share that we'll be hosting a pre-launch beta in July, followed by Concord's global launch on August 23rd, 2024.
You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you? A calm and reasonable person.
You don't really want war, do you, Kratos?
War is coming! The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok.
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
Death can have me. When it earns me.
Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared to consider.
We have guests! They're too fast! Look out!
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
soldiers and officials alike, oppress the people for personal gain, and the people must turn to thievery for food. Perhaps this is heaven's way of lamenting the state of the land. Men are powerless at the feet of the divine. But even so, someone must act.
Momo, I think I was dreaming.
It wasn't a dream. We were really transported to Mirrorland!
The path of a stylist is never easy. So, are you ready for it?
Ready!
Ready! Ready!
Is it you who pursues infinity? Or is infinity awaiting you?
Stars. Fields. I have seen the miracles you so claim. Until the towering shadows vanished into the mist.
I pray for their grace, but all that came were inferior shades.
Why do we have to bear the consequences of such power?
Time. War. Mortality. These essences shall not fall into your treacherous hands. Wayward emissaries, grant us the forgotten miracles. Rain fire from above. This desolate land needs a sprinkle of madness.
Remember, no matter what happens, we did not betray this world.
I thought I could be a hero and break the curse. But I was a fool. There is no hope here. And the gods that walk among us thirst for death.
Outsider! Your head is mine!
The poison in my veins begs me to kill.
I'll put you in the ground! The power of our god is immeasurable!
Thought I could be a hero. But heroes don't survive the Forsaken Lands. Only monsters do.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson. I'm back on State of Play to introduce more exciting titles coming to PlayStation, starting with a highly anticipated PvP shooter, playable soon on PS5.
All realities converge here. Destiny awaits. Stronger together. Hell unleashed! Who needs a power-up? Free fire zone.
Embrace the chaos.
Insignificant attacks. Healing power. I'm back, baby. 3, 2, 1, blast off! Turns are jumping up. Gonna get sticky. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Okay, let's see how mankind has conquered space.
friends and fans. I'm super excited to welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter Getaway.
Oh, nice one.
You can't hide from me, Michael.
Oh, you're going down. Oh!
Save tonight.
It means so much to me that we're all still here together.
Fight the break of dawn. I feel like someone's watching us.
There's no one out there.
Let's make this one trip we will never forget.
Mike, Emily?
I was down there.
You were?
It was horrible.
I don't want to make hasty decisions that get everyone killed. No! We should stay put right here until dawn.
Jessica!
You can't let me die!
Ogham was once a peaceful land, but each day descends further into madness. Famine and plague besiege us. The very earth is being poisoned. The Count's men, once our protectors, have turned on us. And now, they come for me.
Oh, yes, get out of here!
I must be the one to face this nightmare.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
But I need not do it alone.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost. I'm looking for Silent Hill.
I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
No, you shouldn't be here. be good, I promise. Tell him I'll be good, please. No, please.
Capcom announced this next game last December, offering just a glimpse of what's in store for their celebrated franchise. Today, I am so excited to share the first full gameplay trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds.
As soon as we find a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go. And then we can get started.
This is gonna be great!
You bet.
I hope we find them soon.
Look!
Incredible. I've never heard of a Karatnoth herd this big before.
One of them's got big spikes on its back.
Now to lead it away from the pack. We'll make for the desert.
Right! The sandstorm! Now commencing the hunt by order of the guild.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
Be sure to visit PlayStation blog for more on the games you just saw, as well as PlayStation.com for the latest on Days of Play. This global celebration runs through June 12th, with deals on PlayStation Store, great new content coming to PlayStation Plus, and much more.
PlayStation.
Oh my goodness, welcome back everyone. That was Sony's 2024 Summer State of Play presentation. They pretty much just kicked down the doors for games here. We saw 14 games exactly. 14 games exactly, and I think the one that kind of takes the cake has to be Astrobot.
Just Astrobot.
Astrobot. That's it. Like he's getting rid of everything else after that. So I'm gonna do a quick rundown. Then we'll talk about let's just gush over Astrobot. We saw Concord, Ragnarok on PC, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Infinity Nikki, Ballad of Antara, Skydance's Behemoth, Alien Rogue Incursion for PSVR2, Marvel Rivals, Where Winds Meet, Until Dawn, Path of Exile 2, Silent Hill 2 Remake, my favorite, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Astrobot. Well, what are our thoughts of Astrobot? On Astrobot, Damon?
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I love Astro's Playroom, but perhaps more importantly, my 4-year-old son has 100%ed Astro's Playroom multiple times. So he's the one that's going to be the most excited when I tell him tonight that there's a new Astrobot game coming. And it looks like it's going to be a full 3D platformer because they're showing us here so much, so many bosses and different levels.
Oh, wow.
Astrobot.
That's how excited we are. We're so excited about it.
That was Astrobot breaking into the studio. But Jada, what are your thoughts?
No, yeah, Astrobot, like Damon was saying, they showed so much. So many biomes, so many bosses, so many power-ups, so many different character cameos. Like, I cannot wait for this. Like, we've put Astro's Playroom on so many like top PS5 playlists for so long, and it's finally started to move down the list because of so many other games that have come out. But this is its chance to reclaim its spot in that top like 10 potentially of PS5 releases.
And it doesn't really look like it's going to relent on that placement because just based on that snippet we saw, it just looks like, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing with Astrobot. This looks like exactly more of what we already got a taste of with Playroom, and it reeks of charm. It is just so filled with joy and celebration of PlayStation is what really made Astro's Playroom stand out. I'm curious to see what they charge for this, if this will be a $69.99 title.
Well, do you think it's going to be a full, like Mario-sized 3D platformer?
Based on what we saw, that looked like a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah. We got a lot in this, and you know, I like what you said, Nick. This is like a celebration of all things PlayStation. Like we even saw like quite the throwback. Parappa the Rapper. We saw that skin in this.
I could have swore I saw Spike from Ape Escape somewhere in the background too at some point. And like the thing, Shadow of the Colossus, you got the Wanderer in there. Like what really has always stood out to me about Astrobot is that it really harkens back to that PS1 era where PlayStation was willing to get more experimental with weirder games and kind of revisiting the platform, the character platformer that kind of made the brand what it is to some extent. And now they got a brand new flashy mascot to wave the PlayStation 5 banner, and I wonder if we can see new hardware in here somewhere in this final film.
I mean, that is a new build. I never seen a PS5 with those things on, with turrets on the
DualSense,
whatever
DualSense Edge 2.
Yeah. Now there was one member missing though of the PlayStation family. Where's my boy, my sack boy?
Sad boy.
Sad boy.
Oh, sad.
Where's my sad boy?
He's a sad boy, that's right.
I don't think anyone was sad seeing that at all. But like, yeah, we're a Sackboy.
I mean, there's got to be a level dedicated to Dreams, right? Dreams with Sackboy somewhere in there. Yeah. It all makes sense. It's all part of the PlayStation family.
Yeah. Now we definitely saw a lot. So I kind of want to just like break down and go through everything that we saw. But I want to start with you, Damon. Let's talk about some of the things that we saw that were highlights for us.
Yeah. So
what was one of the highlights for you?
So in addition to Astrobot, I also liked what I saw, Ballad of Antara, I guess?
Antara, yes.
And this is a true surprise because when I Googled, immediately after that trailer, I Googled Ballad of Antara, 0 results. So this was actually kept under wraps until the state of play. It's another, it's a big 3D action adventure game. Maybe it has some Souls-like elements to the combat, but it looks, it's beautiful, looks very cool. I think the combat looks great. I like the idea of, I think there are 2 protagonists that I see, at least 2.
Yeah.
There's this gentleman who's carrying a child around on their back, and I'm going to spend the whole game being terribly worried about that child and all the weapons and monsters that are coming after them. And then I think there's also a female protagonist that you can play as too that we see here. So this just looks like, in your realms of your where winds meet.
Yeah.
That's the other game.
Yeah.
That is kind of similar to that, third-person action game, Stellar Blade, Black Myth Wukong, that sort of style of game, I think. And this one looks really good.
Yeah, I feel, looking at this game, it gives me Jada vibes. I feel like this is like up your alley for sure.
This is 100% up my alley.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to really be one of those games where you're, it's parry heavy, very combat, dodge, timing is going to be very important. Lots of cool abilities that you can mix and match. Like, this definitely looks like my kind of game. I cannot wait for this one.
Yeah. Now, Nick, highlight for you.
I think for me, Ballads of Antara for sure, in addition to Astrobot. But for me, the thing that continues to look incredible every time I get new footage of it, Where Winds Meet, as Damon pointed out a little bit earlier, just looks incredible. It looks like a game that is like, it looks fake to me as far as how good it looks. Like the CG footage, like seamlessly blending in with the actual gameplay. It's like, believe it or not, the game does actually look like that. It is this sprawling open world action RPG that looks very heavily inspired by a lot of Chinese myth and a lot of like wuxia style combat. We got a little bit of an allusion to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon there with them kind of taking to the top of the bamboo stalks. But yeah, we had a pretty extended demo of it at Gamescom last year. And again, it just looks like a game that should not be able to exist on modern hardware. One thing that the trailer didn't even dive into is just the complicated chemistry system that is kind of similarly evocative of like Breath of the Wild, where if you set something on fire, things will spread and it can, catch on animals and stuff like that. I remember we accidentally set a bunch of ducks on fire at Gamescom.
You monster.
I didn't do it, but somebody else at IGN did. You can get mauled by bears, and that's just animal stuff that's like NPC overworld stuff. This gave us a lot more of a closer look at what I assume is boss combat, which also looks just like it could be an entire, its own like wushu movie in itself. So just looks impressive all around.
Jada, what was your takeaway on this one?
I think I said right before we kicked to the show, Monster Hunter Wild shows up. That's going to be my pick. And it showed up towards the end.
Yes,
and it looks fantastic. It looks much more cinematic than Monster Hunter's ever looked. I was telling Nick while we were watching it, it looks a lot like Final Fantasy 16 kind of vibes, where it was just very cinematic with all these big blows and attacks that you're landing. And the new creatures look fantastic. The graphics look amazing.
Yeah, it looked pretty impressive because like I've not played anywhere near enough Monster Hunter as you, but one thing that stood out to me is in the kind of hunt segments that we saw showcase, it seems like there's a lot of bespoke animations tied to each specific hunt. Like we saw him holding that bear-looking creature's mouth open with the blade, which I don't think I've ever seen like a cinematic presentation in that regard. That almost felt like it seamlessly blended between gameplay and cinematic. So pretty cool looking stuff.
Yeah, I'm over the moon for this one. I cannot wait for Monster Hunter Wilds. Can't get here soon enough.
Yeah, well, it's coming in 2025, so.
Not soon enough.
You got some waiting to do.
I don't want to wait.
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe there's a beta test. I don't know. I can't help you here.
Capcom.
I'm not Capcom.
Capcom, help me.
Obviously, I think everyone knows that there's no secret. I haven't been silent about what's been my favorite. I'm kind of over the hill with what's been my favorite. Of course, I'm talking about.
But you've been nothing but silent about.
No, Concord. No, Silent Hill 2, of course. Whoops. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 was my favorite. Silent Hill 2 remake that's coming out. We actually got like a release date for it, October 8th, 2024.
Perfect time.
The spooky season, which is exciting. Honestly, I can't wait for this. we also got gameplay footage, which I think we've been waiting for that for the longest time. Jada, I know you're probably not the biggest Silent Hill fan, but what did you think when you saw that gameplay?
It looks good. I mean, it's like you said, I'm not a big Silent Hill fan, it's just one of those series that I was like, when I was younger, I skewed into the Resident Evil and just never looked back, despite enjoying some of Silent Hill. But it just never has been one that was like, oh, I can't wait for that next Silent Hill. And I'm glad it wasn't me because there were so few and far between for a while.
Yeah.
But it looks good. It looks like what we expect for a game being revamped for modern hardware.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a lot more during the transmission.
The ignition.
Is it ignition?
No, it's transmission.
Come on, you threw me off again. Gee, something like it's transmission, ignition. I don't get the naming of these things. But no, we're definitely gonna get a lot more information and details on this. Also, the other games that are coming out of the whole Silent Hill universe. Probably an update on Silent Hill Ascension, which I'm probably the only one on staff that's been keeping up with Silent Hill.
Are you watching it?
Ascension. Yes.
That's the TV show,
They're
right?
doing like a what if type thing now. So there's like new paths.
Don't they also have a Silent Hill If coming out? It's like If set in like
F.
It's just called F. All right.
Just F.
But it's like in like 80s Japan or something like that.
I'm not sure.
It looks that the concept art really stood out to me. But going back to the Silent Hill 2 remake, I adore the original Silent Hill 2. One thing, I wasn't a giant fan of the medium. I think that Bloober Team did a good job of kind of having a striking visual style for that game. It looked very impressive and very evocative of its like cinematic camera angle, third person, like fixed camera stuff, along with their split screen that made the medium like, oh, this is the thing to this game. One thing I'm a little bit worried about with Bloober's take on Silent Hill 2 Remake is that they seem to be putting a lot more emphasis on the combat, the Resident Evil remake-ification of Silent Hill, whereas the original game wasn't really about combat. In fact, the combat was what was kind of clunky about the original game, but that's where the tension was, right? And I think that Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and 4 Remake kind of accounted for that in its design. So I'm curious if Bloober will be able to take that into account.
Honestly, I think from what I've seen, it seems like they're going to do that because, like, the thing is, you're playing as an individual who has no combat experience, and like you said, like that was one of the attractions to the Silent Hill franchise, both 1 and 2, even 3. Even 4, actually all of them, all of the ones that I've played, because this guy, he's not skilled with a gun, as you can clearly see. He's not skilled with a pipe.
He seemed to effortlessly take down that monster, though.
He knows.
Maybe this is a few hours into the game.
But he's no Leon Kennedy.
They're useless without their heads.
Yes, he's not good at headshots. So yeah, looking forward to this. We're probably going to get some more information. But let's talk about what we saw up top, because this was something that we were hoping that we were going to see. The first thing we saw was Concord.
So but before we move on to Concord, I do want to mention one thing I do like about Bloober Team handling Silent Hill is that they did the Blair Witch Project.
Yes.
And I really liked a lot of their puzzle elements that they added into the game. There's some really cool elements and mechanics they had into it. And so I'm really interested to see how those are going to reflect into Silent Hill 2. I was going to say Silent Hill 2 transmission. You got me saying, wanting to say transmission now every time I say Silent Hill.
I mean, well, that's good to know then. That's good to know that they have some experience with making these puzzles. I think the thing is, what's up?
I was just going to say, from the visuals that we've seen here, I think it looks on par with the recent Resident Evil remakes. At least, I know it's a small slice and we're not actually playing it, but it looks very, very good to me.
Yeah, well, look, it's always going to be compared to Resident Evil, and I hate that we have to, but we definitely have to compare it to.
But Silent Hill is also known more for its tone, right?
Yes.
Like the ambiance and just the general feeling of dread, and that's a thing that I'm holding my reservations about, and I'm seeing some scary stuff on screen, but just showing scary is one thing, but actually building that dread is, I think, where Bloober can have their chance to shine with this remake.
I think that's where Silent Hill has kind of always shined for me over Resident Evil. Like, there's very few times, like, yes, Resident Evil has its moments of its jump scares, but I don't think I've ever been just like really psychologically just kind of scared or even scarred at times from a Resident Evil as much as I have from a Silent Hill game. There's so many moments where Silent Hill, you're like walk into a room and then everything just changes, and it's just like, oh, crap.
Yeah, and it looks like they've definitely moved away from that whole fixed camera, which the original game was known for. Which, again, I think it was like what you were saying, Nick, like the whole Resident Evil-fication of it all, which I'm totally here for. But again, I do miss those fixed cameras. But let's move along. I want us to talk a little bit because we're running short on time. I want us to talk about Concord for sure.
I don't want to move on yet.
What do you mean?
I know I'm not a big Silent Hill fan, but I want to talk more about Silent Hill for you.
Why?
Because it's important to you.
Yes, it is.
Right?
I want to. Yes.
Do you remember if it's a transmission after the show or if an ignition?
It's a transmission. Yes. Also, there is. So this is interesting. The game is coming out October 8th.
Yeah, it's
and
season.
Yes, we still have a movie.
We have a movie?
Yeah, there is a movie still in the works, which people were talking about. It was supposed to be tied into the game, but I mean, obviously, it's based on Silent Hill 2. But I don't think we don't have any indication
there's not
of when
too
the
much
movie's
about
coming out.
not too many details.
What was your first Silent Hill?
It was probably 1.
1? Okay, I was just curious.
The
I wasn't sure if
one.
you played 1 first or if you played 2 first.
No,
Okay.
1 all the way. Speaking of 1, that was 1 for you, right? That was 1 for you. That was a state of play. There's lots more to unpack from Sony State of Play today, and we're going to right after this quick break. So I want y'all to stick around for the post show because we got plenty more.
This June, IGN is hosting a huge in-person event, and we want you there with us. IGN Live brings the coolest things in games and entertainment to you, the fans. And it's jam-packed with awesome, like the cast and director of the upcoming Borderlands movie, the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov, Xbox's Phil Spencer, great games from PM Studios, new stuff from High on Life, Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F.
Gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills.
Plus, tons of giveaways and prizes, exclusive merch, playable game demos, celebrity interviews, live speedruns, your favorite IGN podcast in person.
I like that he's fired up.
And so much more. It all goes down June 7th through 9th at the Magic Box in downtown LA. Tickets are available now at ign.com/live. IGN Live. Be there.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
What's up, everybody? I will be hosting at IGN Live with all my pals over at IGN. We'll have first looks at brand new games, casts on hand for shows and movies like Borderlands. There'll be live tapings of IGN podcasts, meet and greets with fans, a DJ, and tons of giveaways. By now you're like, okay, Sid, yes, I'm in. Which good, because IGN also gave me some free tickets. All you have to do is use my code ROLLTHETHING, that's all one word, over at ign.com/live. See you there.
All right, and we are back for more. Me, Jada, Nick, and Damon. We are recapping that big PlayStation State of Play. We got lots of games. I know, Jada, you didn't want me to get to it because you were like, you love Silent Hill
so much,
too.
so much.
Keep talking about
It's
it,
the
but
best.
can we finally talk about the first game, Concord?
Concord?
Yes.
Concord.
Yes,
the city.
I want to talk about. No, we're not talking about the city. Of course, we're talking about the game from Firewalk, which is a 5v5 FPS set in is the Concord. Is that the universe? Did they call it a universe?
They said the galaxy.
The galaxy of. Well, this is all new to us. But Damon, you were talking about this earlier. How like you wanted to get a little bit more than just a cheeseburger, and I think you kind of did.
Yeah, more than cheeseburger. It's an Overwatch-like. Actually, there are 2 Overwatch-likes in the show today. So. It's a crowded market. It's tough to find an audience, I think, today. However, as a tone piece, I liked what I saw here. It was fun. It's got a Star Wars and Guardians of the Galaxy vibe, so maybe that's enough. It's got some humor in there too. Maybe that's enough to sort of set it apart. But it's just there are a lot of Overwatch likes already.
Yeah.
So we know it's coming in August and it's coming day and date to PC. So that'll be a big help to them, just like Helldivers 2 was.
Now, Nick. I'm curious what you thought of this. I feel like from what we saw, like the trailer, there was a lot of personality. But like Damon said, like this kind of genre is kind of stacked already.
It's a crowded market, and I kind of talked about it a little bit in the pre-show right now, but anyone who's making a multiplayer game right now, it's hard. It's a crowded marketplace, and unless your name is Call of Duty or Fortnite, it really is hard to maintain a player base that is consistent for a game as a service because, I mean, I'm sure that they have whatever their week 1 strategy is for Concord, I'm sure it's going to be exciting and a great showcase for Concord, but like I feel like where it's going to shine is in its week 2, week 3 kind of presentation because that kind of goes back to my original thoughts looking at this is like they're spending a lot of time on this cinematic that's kind of setting up this story and this galaxy and this tone and this setting. But what does that look like in a multiplayer shooter? And then they kind of quickly answered that with a weekly release cadence of dedicated cutscenes and story cinematics that is going to update on a week-to-week basis, which is cool, but it just seems a little strange.
It seems very ambitious.
And risky.
Yes, very risky as well. We've seen Helldivers 2 came out, and we're getting new patches, new updates. Seemed like every 2.5, 3 weeks. And now they're starting to slow that cadence down. But it also carried them to, 12 million sales in 12 weeks? So, I mean, if that's the blueprint that they're following and they can keep the excitement and get enough people through the front door on day 1 and to buy into this, then maybe it's the right strategy. But every week is different from every 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That is a very tight schedule.
It's a lot to promise a new cinematic every week.
Yeah, a new cinematic vignette every single week, every single time you log in, or every week that you log in.
Yeah.
That's right. Like I feel. So what happens if you miss a week?
I
think you were saying that when we were watching this, Jada. Like, what happens if you miss a week? So do you just miss that story, or what happens?
Do you fall behind that week?
I don't think Concord heads are going to miss a week, though. I think they're going to
Concord
log
heads?
in.
Give them names.
Yeah, we've
got to be a better name than that. We're workshopping that one.
Concordians.
Concordians. See, that's already better.
There you go.
Led by Weird Al.
Concordians are going to, if you're already sold by that trailer, there's no doubt in my mind that you will be there for the weekly release cadence. Where I think Concord is going to have a hard time winning a new audience is, again, somebody who's like, yeah, my buddies are playing this, I guess I'll check it out kind of thing. Like, how do you get somebody who's walking in on week 4 invested in your kind of your story-based mission Overwatch-like looking game? One thing that does stand out to me based on some of the gameplay that we saw is it looks like it has a pretty solid look and feel for the game. And obviously, I've not played the game, so that's a very bold statement, but based on everything I saw, it was very evocative of like, oh yeah, this looks like it feels good to play. There is a lightness to the movement. There is a deftness to its jumps, and the sound design really stood out to me. And one thing we were watching, and I was like, hey, if nothing else, this is one of the most legible shooters I think I've seen in a long time, where I can look at a screenshot and be like, yeah, I know exactly what's happening here. I know who's where and who controls the situation. And I think that's important if you want to make a game that wants to stand on its own legs as a competitive game.
Yeah, I think the way they're gonna win people over though is like just with the characters. Like each character that we saw have very distinct personalities. Like I want to know more about Star Child. He was the big buff dude with the red protruding forehead. I want to know more about him. I want to know more about. I think his name was Haymar.
Hamar?
The guy, the green guy.
That sounds like
the
a
green guy
Concordian
who
name.
loves hot sauce. Yeah. You know, I want to know more about him.
That's a green guy, by the way.
That is a green guy.
Hold on. We're not going to let this die. One thing, though, but to your point, though, Akeem, like, I think Concord lives and dies based on how it's able to integrate that personality it's showcasing in its cutscenes and, you know, impressive cinematics in its gameplay. Is that actually going to get a chance to shine, or is it like Overwatch where the story cutscenes drop, you know, once every 4 months and we get a slight update to the lore?
I was going to bring that point up because a big part of Overwatch's fandom was growing attached to their favorite characters, buying the merch for their favorite characters, cosplaying their favorite characters, and we get these really cool cinematics, these amazing cinematics, but they were so far apart that it just kind of started to lose a lot of the oomph out of the story and caring more about these characters. So if they can keep these 1 week cadences up for the cutscenes every week, I think, you know, they might have a better shot at succeeding where Overwatch failed in that aspect.
And it sucks that we're always comparing it to Overwatch, but I mean, you look at that hero select screen, and it is like almost 1-to-1 down to how many character slots there were. I am a little surprised it didn't show more than 4 characters, as at least like a snapshot of, okay, what is the kind of asymmetrical balance that you're going for here? Like, like the developers seem to fully acknowledge that we are developing an asymmetrical multiplayer game and leaning into that. But I want to know, like, I see this team dynamic and this team build, and I understand that. But this seems to hit all the archetypes of a hero shooter already. So what other toys do we have to play with in the Concord Galaxy?
Yes, I'm kind of curious because one of the game devs did say that they were inspired by fighting games and of course other shooters. I'm curious about the fighting game aspect, a portion of this game, like what. Like a Street Fighter?
I think it's the inspiration of just having like counters, like that kind of counterplay between characters.
Or differentiating characters also. Right?
Also reading movement too, right? Like you know when someone's gonna wind up for their ult or whatever, and how you kind of balance that. Like we saw there was like somebody was using like a blizzard gun, some sort of freeze gun, but another character would like transition to a third-person FOV and was like doing somersaults to avoid it. So it's like they really are hoping that the game is gonna shine in those kind of player-authored moments that was like, oh man, I pulled off something sick that is not something that the developers told me that I could do, but it's just I figured it out in the moment, and that's where competitive games shine, in my opinion. You create your own personal moments.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, you know, we're looking forward to checking out the beta, which I believe is dropping in July, with the game launching in August. Now, after that, you know, we saw something else. My God, did we see something else?
Yes, that's kind of the definition of one thing and then another.
Well, yes. Something else. Well, my God, we saw something else indeed. We saw God of War Ragnarok is coming to PC, which, you know, hey, congratulations, PC owners. You can now enjoy what I've been enjoying for a very long time already.
You're just going to antagonize the PC?
That's not how is that being?
But see, this is where the beauty of it lies, though. They're going to be able to play it at native 4K resolution at 144 frames a second per second on their ultra-wide monitor.
Yes, Jada, you were talking about that.
That was my one question when it popped up. It was like, am I going to be able to take full advantage of my ultra-wide monitor for this? And they answered that. So I was like, all right, I might have to double dip. It's very hard to get me to double dip, but ultra-wide is one of those things I do really enjoy.
And based on PlayStation's track record for their PC ports, like they've been doing a pretty top-notch job of making sure PC players felt like they were taken care of. There was that initial disastrous launch of Horizon Zero Dawn, the original game, on PC, but since then, it seems like they really revamped their PC porting process. And, you know, God of War, the original God of War 2018, runs immaculately. Helldivers 2 runs incredible. Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Forbidden West is now running great. So like this just feels like the natural conclusion. Again, this entire presentation seemed to reinforce the entirety of the new is it CEO and COO?
Co-CEOs.
Co-CEOs. Herman Hulst made a statement about what kind of games they want to prioritize as being a day and date on PC versus when single player games will make their way to PC eventually. This seemed to just underline everything he said in that statement not so long ago.
Yeah, now I'm super excited for this one for one reason only. Damon, I don't know if you can see where I'm going with this. The mods. I feel like we're gonna be eating good on the daily fix, seeing what the modding community cook up within this world. Because they're already thinking about it. They already got their wheels rolling right now.
Dude, they're gonna throw Marvel Rivals as Thor as Thor.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes, I want to see that. So yeah, moving along. I know Jada, you were kind of excited about this. The next game that we saw was Dynasty Warriors Origins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is so when I came up in the game industry doing a lot of freelance reviews, I played that was like my first 10 reviews were all like Dynasty Warriors, Samurai Warriors, those kind of games.
Yeah.
So this one kind of has a special place in my heart because it always reminds me of where I got my start. This looks fantastic, and it looks to be one of those games that really takes advantage of the PS5 and just being able to have so many moving parts on screen at once. So I'm very excited for this, and being able to play that one co-op with a friend or my partner, I think it's going to be great.
It looks kind of chaotic, I would say.
It's meant to be chaotic. That is the whole point.
That's war, Akeem.
War is chaos, dude.
All right, let's see. So after that, we got Infinity Nikki. We got Ballad of Antara, which we spoke about earlier. Now we're getting to the PSVR2 section. We saw 2 PSVR2 games. We got Alien Rogue Incursion and Skydance's Behemoth, which I'm in love with that game.
That looked very cool.
It looked like a reason to own a PSVR 2.
Maybe
100%. Yeah.
And it's coming
Are
from.
you happy now, Jane?
I'm very happy. This is something we've been talking about.
Are you gonna crack it out of the box finally?
It's been out of the box. I told you I've been playing Beat Saber and playing Call of the Mountain, a couple other VR stuff. This is something we've been talking about on Beyond for what, months now? Since it released and that ominous box appeared on the table, and no one knew what was in that. It was a PSVR 2. Jada never opened it. It was a while.
But this, but yeah, it looks amazing. Right now we're showing footage from Alien Rogue Incursion, which also looks pretty good
and scary.
It looks very scary. Is this enough though to move the needle for you to actually?
I don't know.
Keep that box open and
it's already open and out on your table.
Yes, it is all set up. I've got a dock and everything. It's all set up to recharge it, like a recharging station. It's great. I don't know. I'm not a huge Alien fan. I love the movies, but I've never been a huge fan of the games, overall. So who knows? We'll see. Maybe this one will, if I get a game code or something like that, like we do sometimes, that'll definitely get me to play it.
Going to Behemoth though, I know everyone likes to tout Half-Life Alyx as this, this is the advent of PlayStation VR. This is truly a showcase of the technology. I would encourage them to also check out The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, which is the developer behind Behemoth, because The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, believe it or not, it is a licensed property, but it is an outstanding showcase of PlayStation VR where you are rummaging through drawers, looking for ammo, trying to reload your gun in the middle of a zombie invasion. So based on that caliber alone has me excited for Behemoth, because those people know what they're doing with PlayStation VR.
Well, we should cover why Behemoth looks so cool. So it's fantasy action game with huge sense of scale, huge monsters, and I am a big fan of big monsters. And also you can punch off heads or slice heads in half.
Yes. Yep.
And that's also very cool.
So can we grabbed an arrow?
Use a grapple hook to pull an arrow back, and then you can knock your bow with it and just dude,
Nick, that's called a web slinger.
The web slinger. Apologies.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Also, if you're not a fan of VR, you can also get Shadow of the Colossus and still get that same experience of getting that scale. Which as a fan of that particular game, that's what made me in awe of just what we were seeing on screen. And are you gonna be able to climb this massive whatever? I don't know what type of monsters there.
He looked kind of Squidward-like.
A behemoth.
It's a behemoth.
It was a behemoth.
It was the behemoth.
Yes. It looks like there's multiple behemoths because there's a couple different behemoth-like creatures scattered throughout the game, which brings up a great point. How are you going to scale and take down these giant things? The team at Skydance and the developers behind this, I think they understand what makes VR work and what is compelling about VR, given that sense of scale. But I think it's also that flexibility and that improvisational nature of combat that you see in something like Gorn, right? Where it just feels like it's fun to experiment with all of the toys they give you to play around with, and whether VR game works or not is how it facilitates that improvisational nature of gameplay. And it looks like, again, you could just punch a dude's head off. So, hey, I'm sold.
I'm all for punching people in the face.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we got plenty more to discuss. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by PlayStation. Days of Play are happening now until June 12th.
This June, IGN is hosting a huge in-person event, and we want you there with us. IGN Live brings the coolest things in games and entertainment to you, the fans. And it's jam-packed with awesome, like the cast and director of the upcoming Borderlands movie, the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov, Xbox's Phil Spencer, great games from PM Studios, new stuff from High on Life, Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F.
Gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills.
Plus, tons of giveaways and prizes, exclusive merch, playable game demos, celebrity interviews, live speedruns, your favorite IGN podcast in person.
I like that he's fired up.
And so much more. It all goes down June 7th through 9th at the Magic Box in downtown LA. Tickets are available now at ign.com/live. IGN Live. Be there.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Hello, we are back. Now, we've been breaking down all the biggest announcements at the PlayStation State of Play today, which wasn't a PlayStation showcase, so don't call it a showcase, although there was a lot that was showcased today. Of course, joining me, we have Jada and Nick. We saw a lot, and we also talked about a lot. One thing that I've noticed, though, that State of Play, there's no rivals that it has. But it did, in fact, have one rival.
Yeah.
And it's Marvel
Marvel
Rivals. I'm just looking at Nick's face.
I'm seeing you build the ramp.
Nick is like, I know, I see you cooking, Akeem. I know what you cooking up. Yes, we saw Marvel Rivals. That is, of course, a PvP shooter. And it's there's going to be closed beta coming in July to PlayStation 5. Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to this just because I'm just a Marvel fan. I know some people are going to compare this to other games out there.
It's hard not to. It's using the same UI almost.
Yeah, the sound effects almost sound the same.
The hit markers, I was like, oh, that's the Overwatch.
Some of the maps look like pieces chunked out from Overwatch and combined together. Yeah. It's matched. Like, I'm not saying that is a bad thing. It's just, you're not gonna. It's impossible to not mention the other games when you're.
The comparison to Overwatch is for a reason, right? Yeah. Because it is essentially the king of the hero shooter to some
100%,
extent.
yeah.
But I mean, there's plenty of games now based on the current state of Overwatch 2 that could potentially take that crown away. But do you, Akeem, because you are excited for this one?
Yeah.
Do you think this has a shot of taking the crown away from Overwatch 2?
So here's the thing. I think there are a lot of Marvel fans in this world.
That
and
is true.
And here's the thing. I feel like if you extracted all of the Marvel essence of this, all of the Marvel DNA from this game, I don't think too many people will care. It would just be, like you said, it would just be another Overwatch clone. But because of the Marvel DNA that it has infused into it, like, I care. I'm here for this 100%. Also, we mentioned this earlier, or during while we were watching, like, to me, it reminds me of like a lot of Ultimate Alliance. You know, and I miss those days. I miss those days of being able to play with all these different superheroes.
I could see that with like in kind of the team up actions,
the
and stuff like
synergy
that.
between different like builds, right?
Yeah. So like I can see that kind of comparison being made. I mean, to be fair, they're very smart also for making it Overwatch-like, because it becomes very easy to market that to people because they have a frame of reference for what this game is. Like, hey, did you like Overwatch? Hey, we've got a game that plays similarly to it, and it's got all your favorite Marvel characters. That's a very quick elevator pitch to gamers everywhere so they know what they're getting.
In that same vein, not only do you have that brand recognition of like Overwatch combined with Marvel, yeah, I get it, but it already has this kind of built-in innate understanding of what the hero shooter abilities are for each character, because it's like, oh, you know, with every hero shooter, they have the arduous process of trying to communicate through visuals alone. What is this dude's deal? You know, what kind of damage dealer is he? You know, what do they heal? Are they a healer? Are they a tank? Are they support? All this thing. But when you see Spider-Man up there, you're like, oh, I know exactly what Spider-Man does. I see Storm. I know exactly what Storm's capabilities are. And I think that is a very big barrier to entry for a lot of hero shooters. So the fact that you have so many Marvel fans across the world, as you pointed out, who are so familiar with all of these characters already, you kind of already have them slowly like have an understanding of how different team compositions could complement one another. Yeah, I have a feeling if you throw the Guardians of the Galaxy together, it's probably going to be pretty good team synergy.
Absolutely, yeah, and there is gameplay footage out there of people playing it currently. I believe there's a beta that's on. Is it PC?
I believe it's on PC. I believe there's an alpha on PC.
Yeah, and so like we've seen what happens with certain team ups. Like of course, you know, Rocket Raccoon and Groot. That just makes sense. But what we saw in this trailer, I don't know if y'all noticed this, we saw the Punisher teaming up with Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
A dude, how would they ever meet?
It doesn't matter how they would meet. Like, I mean, look at Endgame, you had Bucky holding Rocket and just spinning him around in a circle.
It just threw me off, because he also addressed him, like, hey, little guy, let's do some stuff. I don't know what he said, I don't remember it, I have to watch the trailer again.
What I want to know is, what's up with Galactus at the end there? That's an interesting redesign of Galactus I see over there. I'd like to know a little bit more. What comic book art can I read to find that story, huh?
I want to know more about that Galactus as well. Like which multiverse did that Galactus come from? Also, I love how it just wasn't explained. They just dropped that on us. Like, wow, okay, I see you. I see you, Marvel rivals. All right, let's talk about. I want us to talk about some of the things that we didn't necessarily predict was going to be here, but it happened. You know, I talked about Silent Hill 2, it happened. One game, also a scary game that we saw a lot more of, that we also talked about during the pre-show, was Until Dawn. I think y'all were questioning, there was a lot of question on are these the actual individuals from the original game, the actors? Did they lose the rights to their faces?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's always the thing when you work with like celebrity talent, right? That there is a potential that using their licensing their likeness rights again can lead to reworks of existing character designs, which would be a little bit strange calling something a remake. And I guess that's when you do it. But regardless, we still have Rami Malek in this game. We still have Hayden Panettiere, and I'm sure there's a couple other famous people that I'm forgetting. But I mean, it just seems weird that this was the game that is like, oh man, they're working on an Until Dawn remake. It's like, I mean, I like the original Until Dawn remake, but is that really the thing that should be in a state of play? Like, is that the thing to hedge your bets on in this instance?
It's a state of play, so it's not like the Sony Showcase. The Sony Showcase is where they tend to give the bigger stage to the bigger things. So I think it makes sense for Until Dawn as a remake to show up here in a state of play. It's meant to showcase a bunch of smaller things with a couple bigger things sprinkled in.
Yeah.
So
you think Until Dawn is a small thing?
I think,
or just the fact that we knew about it.
I think it's because I think if Until Dawn was first being announced, this is the first release of it.
Yeah.
Bigger thing. It came out on the PS4. It's one generation back. It's getting a remake now already. It's like The Last of Us. It's like cool. I like The Last of Us. Yes, I'll play it again on PS5. But is it big news and like gonna really impress me in a state of play or a showcase? Not really. It's not gonna be a big thing.
Also, I'm kind of curious, how many people were excited for this one. I mean, like seeing this. But the thing is, there's also a movie. There's a movie in the works for this one as well. And I think the question with that is, will they get the actual actors for this? You have to, right?
I mean, I think the movie is supposed to be adapting like this story, right?
Yeah.
It is Until Dawn, so yeah, I guess you kind of have to.
I would really hope so, but you know, like you said, when it comes to like licensing the likeness, it's like why certain games can't be remastered or haven't been remade or been pulled from a store because their soundtrack license has lapsed. So who knows what that's going to look like for the movie.
I do hope, though, that this game kind of introduces a lot of the quality of life features that came with later games like the Man of Medan, the Dark Pictures anthology, and also The Quarry, where they basically added a fan-made way of playing the game, because when the original Until Dawn came out on PS4, it was a single-player game only, but people came up with a fun way of playing it with their significant others. Every time they make a decision, they pass a controller, and then they ended up implementing that as an actual cooperative gameplay style. So I hope they kind of give it that treatment for this game, kind of retroactively fit that back in.
Yeah, I'd also love to see some like alternate storylines, maybe some kind of like, even if it's just
new deaths,
like maybe an alternate 5th chapter or final chapter,
new ending,
like new endings and stuff like that. Like
the director's cut.
Exactly. Give it if it's got some more of that stuff, that's really cool. I really hope they do have that type of stuff. If not a deal breaker, because you know it may be for some people their first time experiencing it, and you know, good for them.
It is a really interesting value proposition though, because correct me if I'm wrong, the original Until Dawn is available on PlayStation Plus still, I think.
I'm not
because for the longest time when the PS5 launched, basically, remember there was that slew of PS4 games?
Collection, yes. So
and it's like, there's a lot of people who own a PS5 who probably already played Until Dawn. So I'm curious to see like how this game performs based on the fact that it is a single player story that's relatively short, that is just kind of getting another $59.99 or potentially $69.99 shot in the arm. Like, will that help it or hurt it in the long run?
Yeah, well, we'll be finding out very soon because it's coming out this fall, which is exciting. So kind of transitioning from something, scary to something a little bit more lighthearted. We saw Infinity Nikki.
Yeah.
Infinity Nikki, which I guess it's like a picture. You take pictures in the game.
Seems like a fashion platformer, like hybrid. It looks impressive. Like, it looks visually incredible.
Yeah.
So there seemed like lots of depth as well. Like, as far as like the worlds look massive. This definitely strikes me as a Jada game, 100%.
Wow.
What do you mean?
I'm just messing with
That's
you.
an Akeem game
I'm just
too.
messing with you.
You think I'm not gonna queue this game up?
No, I said this is a very much a me game just because based on all the photo portions of it they were showing. You know how much time I spend in photo mode taking
100%.
pictures and getting that right angle, putting the right filters and everything. And so, if this is a big focus of the game, I'm probably gonna cop this and give it a shot. Also, you get to transform into this cute little cat. Cat things. So like, there's when is that a bad idea in a game?
I am curious if it's a gacha style game though, because I did see like one of the dresses that a character pulled had like a 5-star rating on it, which is always like oh no, am I gonna have to spend a lot of money to play this game in order to actually succeed in it? Because I know I called it like a fashion platform, but it looked like there was like pretty intensive combat at one point with like a boss character, so maybe it's a Genshin Impact fashion-like game. I don't know.
I don't know. It's got them cozy element vibes, some cozy vibes to it, but there's obviously, like you said, with the combat stuff, it does have a dark side to it too.
Yes, towards the end of the trailer, we did see, which is coming up. We saw it just took like a
dark turn.
A dark turn out of nowhere.
That's how Elden Ring begins, right?
Exactly. All right, so yeah, we definitely saw a lot today during the State of Play, but I want to talk about some of the things that we did not see. Now, one thing that we didn't see, we did see some Capcom stuff, but we didn't see Resident Evil, anything.
Yeah.
Especially after, what the news today, Nick?
Yeah, there was unfortunately, there was a leak earlier today that got reported on that showcased Resident Evil 9 Remnants of Shadows or something like that, along with a Resident Evil Code Veronica remake, a Resident Evil 5 remake, and a Resident Evil 0 remake. And given Capcom's track record of showcasing Resident Evil at PlayStation State of Plays or showcases in the past, I kind of assumed we'd at least see one of them, especially since the Code Veronica and 0 have been rumored pretty heavily
for a while.
In the past couple of weeks. So I was kind of expecting to see a Resident Evil Code Veronica. So I'm curious to see if that's a surprise for later in the summer.
I think it's probably because we got Silent Hill during the whole.
Why share this?
You almost called it a transmission.
I did almost call it a transmission.
The ignition.
Well, the transmission's coming up. So like, I think it's kind of a, there's already Silent Hill's already compared unjustly to Resident Evil a lot of the times, and
so like,
putting
stay
it in
out
the
of
same
this
thing,
one.
they're like, hey,
I think they talked to Konami and Capcom like, all right, who wants to survival horror?
Yeah, who wants
to go
one
first?
Slot. We got one slot for you guys.
Yeah, but I feel like hopefully, again, summer of gaming is happening all summer long, so hopefully we do see something Resident Evil related. I doubt that we're going to get an announcement. Again, I don't know. This is all just me talking off the dome. I doubt we're going to get another remake announcement. I think it would be like maybe a Resident Evil 9.
I don't know. I think
potentially.
I think a remake announcement makes sense, especially with how heavily
another
Nick was
one.
Saying. Well, like Nick was
what
saying.
What are they, DJ Khaled? Is he working over there? Why they keep announcing?
Maybe you never know.
I mean, if there's ever a Resident Evil that desperately needed a remake for fear of for attempt to make it an actually good game, it's Code Veronica and 0.
I love Code Veronica, but yes, it does have its
the fire extinguisher. You forgot to bring it. You can't get the Magnum anymore. What are you doing? Why would you do that? But I mean, and 0 is just interesting ideas with partner systems. I'd love to give them an opportunity to give it a second shot, and I think they'll really turn it around there.
Yes. All right. Well, you know what? I think we're slowly wrapping things up, but I want to get everyone's I want us to give this a grade. All right. Let's go around and give this State of Play.
We're really gonna grade it. We're gonna grade
it. What we thought. Nick, I'm going to start with you. What did you think of the State of Play? Were you impressed?
Despite my love of all things Astrobot, I think I'm going to have to give this a 6 out of 10. A C minus.
Okay, yeah.
C minus.
I was going to say
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10
you gave it a number.
D, but yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know numbers.
I never got C's in school.
What's the okay, that makes
I don't
sense.
know what those numbers actually look like.
What do they mean?
No, I think I'd probably go a C minus. Honestly, I was expecting a little bit more, something that made me confident in my PlayStation 5 purchase. And despite my love of Astrobot, I don't want to cause harm to you, but everything else, I was just like, yeah, I'll probably play this all on PC at some point later, but not on my PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
All right, quick, Jada.
Well, like you said, there was a bunch of games in there that were Jada games. So like, I'm probably a little bit nicer, probably like a B minus. I think it was. I think it was an okay showcase. I definitely wanted more, like we always do after every showcase. Everybody in chat is all angry because they don't get the one thing they wanted, and it's so they think it's a bad showcase. But I got my Monster Hunter Wild, so for me, that makes it a good enough showcase for me. Plus Astrobot, Where Winds Meet, Ballad of Antahar.
Antara.
Yes.
So yeah, Yeah.
I definitely got everything that I want, so I'm giving it a solid A, absolutely. No notes from me. PlayStation, y'all could do no wrong. All right, now Sony, y'all gave us plenty to talk about today, but this is just the beginning of the conversation. Xbox and Ubisoft will both be showing off upcoming games in the next week or so. Plus, Nintendo was promising a thing sometime in June. I don't know what that is. None of us do. And then there's ign-live, baby, Summer Game Fest, and so much more. What are y'all hoping to see over the next few days and weeks? Oh, did I mention we're also doing our own big summer event this year? I don't know if I did. It's going to be in person. I don't know if I mentioned it. It's called ign-live. That's right. It's happening in downtown LA from June 7th through the 9th, and you're invited. That's right. All y'all are invited. Tickets are available right now, and you can even get some for free with the coupon code BEYOND. Just head on over to ign.com/live and use the code BEYOND for free tickets to ign-live. That's just a little thank you for joining us today. thank you all for joining us. It's like you using a cheat code, but it's in real life. This is insane, man. And if you like free stuff, which I know y'all do, make sure to check out IGN Rewards. It's our one-stop shop for exclusive giveaways, discounts, and game codes. Now, IGN Rewards will be giving away free gaming gear all throughout our summer of gaming and IGN Live. So be sure to tune in to our coverage in the coming weeks for your chance to score. Don't you want to score? Yes, you do. Sign up on IGN.com/rewards and you'll get access to all of that, plus exclusive in-game items, beta access, special sweepstakes, and tons more. It's all year long. Check it out. Anyways, Jada, Nick, I want to thank you both so much for joining me, for joining us. And a huge thank you to everyone working behind the scenes in our LA studio, to make this whole thing happen. Not just for us, but for y'all watching at home. And most importantly, I want to thank y'all, especially at home, for tuning in. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you all summer long. Beyond!
Beyond!
Beyond.
Like free game gear? Well, you're in the right place. IGN Rewards is your one-stop shop for exclusive giveaways, discounts, and game codes.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection.
IGN Summer of Gaming is back.
Welcome back. I'm Max Scoville, and today's a big one.
This is incredible. I mean, this is, wow. Thank you, Destin.
That was great.
This June, IGN is the place for the biggest gaming event.
We are live.
Welcome back to IGN Live from across the industry.
Let's do it.
This June, IGN is hosting a huge in-person event, and we want you there with us. IGN Live brings the coolest things in games and entertainment to you, the fans. And it's jam-packed with awesome, like the cast and director of the upcoming Borderlands movie, the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov, Xbox's Phil Spencer, great games from PM Studios, new stuff from High on Life, Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F.
I'm gonna be fine. They love me in Beverly Hills.
Plus, tons of giveaways and prizes, exclusive merch, playable game demos, celebrity interviews, live speedruns, your favorite IGN podcast in person.
I like that he's fired up.
And so much more. It all goes down June 7th through 9th at the Magic Box in downtown LA. Tickets are available now at ign.com/live. IGN Live. Be there.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.